Hello, friends. How's it going? I hope everybody's having a good night tonight. I have a big surprise. Are we ready? Are you ready for the surprise? Nobody, it doesn't seem like you're ready. You don't like surprises? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I guess the stream can end then. It'll be fine. We'll do it another time. Maybe when he's ready. End the stream. End the stream. No. I'm one of the raffle winners. Oh, that's awesome. Either way, the surprise is, ta-da! We have a brand new studio and setup. How does it look? Alright, I think... Unfortunately, I think the chat is not where we want. There we go. That's what we needed. There. I think also the stuff might be in the wrong position, but that's okay. Big gay lamp, yeah. It should be jamming along to the music and whatever we're doing. We're still learning because it's all new, but everything seems to be working the way that we wanted it. 80 actually helped me set up a whole bunch of the stuff, and now we have our, excuse me. I just totally lost my train of thought. It's gone. Crowd control to make the streamer much smaller. Make me teeny tiny. Oh, like this? Like if you maybe you shrunk me down real small. Hey Rain, how are you? But yeah, we've got a new space to stream from. A new place to be, and we have a guest. We have our guest. Accident. Oh shoot. That didn't go over the... Wait a minute. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that show up? To be over it. I don't know why that didn't pop up. And just in the meantime, I gotta double check the trigger fire stuff. Yeah, sorry, everything is a little bit different with the setup, so it is gonna kind of be a work in progress to figure out what's going on with it. And hopefully the audio is balanced okay still. Let me know if there's anything needs changing. Like immediately at least, because I can't hear entirely. Come on now. Trying to make sure that the triggers are gonna work the way that they're supposed to. There we go. Okay. We're gonna just also swap tracks real quick. A little easier on the ears. There we go. We're all connected. Awesome. I think everything is working. But yeah, we have a friend now. Merlin has decided that he really likes to sit here next to me. So that's where he will stay. For as often as he will deign us with his presence. A little boy. My baby. He's been a real sweet. Yes, he's my little co-pilot. Push that real quick. All right. One of the things I wanted to show off today is that my hometown actually has been in the news lately. And this is something that some people might not have heard about, at least if you're local. But The borders are actually called out Rochester, which is my home city. The border czar guy Tom Holman. I think he's supposed to like. I think border czar his official title. I don't know if that's like a title that one can have in a government is border czar, but I guess like anything can happen under Cheeto fascism. Like it's we're all flying blind. Um, but yeah, we if I can pull it up first. I have an article here from a local news station. Bring myself small. Give me just a sec. There we are. Okay. So the Trump administration has pulled a suit on Rochester over the sanctuary city policy that we have, and from what I understand, this is a long-standing policy that Rochester has had. But the Trump administration is trying to take the city of Rochester to court following a controversial encounter between Rochester police officers and federal immigration authorities. Following the March 24th traffic stop on Whitney Street near Lyle Avenue, Mayor Malik Evans and Police Chief David Smith claimed the officers involved violated the city's immigration policy by assisting federal agents at the scene. The lawsuit, which names the city, Evans, and Rochester City Council, was filed by the U.S. Department of Justice, claiming Rochester's sanctuary city policy interferes with and limits cooperation with federal immigration agents. Evans said the city will fight it in court. I've not seen the lawsuit yet, but obviously we don't comment on the particulars of litigation, Evans said. But I will say, and can say clearly, that the city of Rochester, number one, has and always will follow the law because we take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of New York, and any of our local laws. The DOJ argues Rochester's sanctuary and immigration policies are illegal, claiming those laws and policies are designed to, and in fact do, interfere with and discriminate against the federal government's enforcement of federal immigration law in violation of the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution. I want to be clear that we believe in the rule of law, and we hope that federal government also believes in the rule of law, Evans said. The rule of law cannot be something that you think is okay when it only suits your purpose, and we will defend and protect our residents and their interest. If the DOJ eventually prevails, the legal precedent could have a sweeping impact on sanctuary cities across the country, something Rochester City Council member and mayoral candidate Mary Lupien fears. I don't think they will prevail because the statute is very clear, Lupien said. But if it doesn't go our way, I think we're looking at a scary future where we don't really have control over our own law enforcement at the local level. In court paperwork, the DOJ also said state and local governments do not have an untrammeled right to forbid all voluntary cooperation by their officials with federal immigration authorities. I will tell you that this seems like just another distraction that we're getting from the federal government, as Evans said. But when we get this lawsuit, we will obviously vigorously defend it in court, Evans continued. The Whitney Street incident put Rochester in the national spotlight, with the city's response prompting criticism from U.S. border czar Tom Homan. The thing that's slowing us down in the interior are sanctuary cities, Homan said. Sanctuary cities. They're sanctuaries for criminals. So you haven't heard the last of Rochester, Homan continued. I promised I'd go to Denver. I did. I promised I'd go to Chicago. I did. I'm going to Rochester. The New York Civil Liberties Union weighed in Friday afternoon, calling the lawsuit a baseless attack on sanctuary policies that will rip families apart and endanger our community. That again from 13 Wham, just a couple days ago on April 28th. We have a video here from their ABC station. Literal, it does.
The lawsuit, which names the city, Mayor Evans, and the entire city council, claims Rochester's sanctuary city policies interfere with and limit cooperation with federal immigration authorities. We spoke with the mayor earlier today, who says it seems like just another distraction, and the city will fight it in court. In response to last month's controversial traffic stop on Whitney Street, the Department of Justice filed a federal lawsuit Thursday, seeking to end the city of Rochester's sanctuary city policies.
City of Rochester, number one, has and always will follow the law because we take a oath. We take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the...
So, this is maybe like a little bit of a weird thing, but I actually met the mayor, like in my work, because I used to work for the city, and he seems like a genuinely, I think he's got his eyes on the right stuff, at least. I don't know if he's perfect, but I thought that most of the time the things that he was putting into place seemed reasonable and level-headed at the very least. I obviously have a lot of respect for a man who worked his way up into his position. And all of my interactions with him were very pleasant. So I can't necessarily speak to his full character, but I can say that the time that I spent, like, when I was working and interacting with him was ultimately, like, I think that he has some of my respect at the very least. So yeah, I think he is right when he says this is a distraction. This is an attempt to pull away from, like, more important stuff that's going on. But it also does set a very dangerous precedent, especially if, like, such a long-standing tradition as, like, being a sanctuary city is being threatened. It's ridiculous that it's being used to, you know, again, calling them sanctuaries for criminals. That's just absolutely not true. What is the basis of a sanctuary city? Let me double check that. Ugh. I accidentally stuck a pin through my finger today, and it fucking hurt. Oh. Alright. So, according to Democrat and Chronicle, which I'm not sure is the best resource, but it is a local newspaper, Rochester has been a sanctuary city since a resolution was passed in 1986. Incredible. Skish you, shut up.
Criticized the actions of the RPD officers who responded, claiming they violated the city's long-standing sanctuary city policy and police general orders by assisting Border Patrol at the scene. The DOJ argues that the city's laws and policies are, quote, designed to and in fact do interfere with and discriminate against the federal government's enforcement of federal immigration law in violation of the Supreme Clause of the United States Constitution.
That's such a stupid claim.
We believe in the rule of law, and we hope that the federal government also believes in the rule of law. And the rule of law cannot be something that you think is okay when only it suits your purpose. And we will defend and protect our residents and their interests.
The DOJ saying, quote, state and local governments do not have an untrammeled right to forbid all voluntary cooperation by their officials with federal immigration authorities. If the Department of Justice eventually prevails, the legal precedent could have a sweeping impact on sanctuary cities across the country, something Councilmember Mary Lupien fears.
I think they're literally just reading off the article that I just read, so we'll move past that. Apparently, according to this, you're supposed to be visiting on Tuesday, like yesterday? Did he do that? Yeah, it's just that this is political theater for sure. Few details of it have been shared. He just wants to visit the city to say hi to the officers. That's fucking gross. Like, I don't know if all of the Rochester cops are shit, but I do know for a fact that a lot of the Rochester cops are shit. I remember there being a clip going around of a woman being arrested in the emergency room, like a nurse who was trying to like get at the patient that the officers were bringing in, and the officers like arrested her for being too aggressive. I have heard such bad shit about cops in this fucking city, so it just does not surprise me the pigs worked with ICE. There's a shameful state of affairs when the people who have taken an oath to protect and serve our community and nation become the reason exercising our First Amendment right to the RPD's union, which may be why Mr. Homan has chosen this location in order to shield himself from Monroe County constituents. Yeah. Counter demonstrations are being planned. I don't know if they've... I don't know if they haven't. I have not... I didn't hear about that, but oh well. It's good to see people in this place, like people in the city that I'm from, stand up, like for what I definitely believe is the right thing, and like defend people in our community, especially because fucking U.S. citizens are being disappeared nowadays. Oh yeah. If this will load, I had an article here. There we go. From Rolling Stone. They're not good, thanks. On April 4th, there was a report apparently act of war. Is this just a TikTok? Oh, the president shared a link on Truth Social to something saying he was doing it on purpose. Why would he share it? Why would he share it? That he's crashing the... Oh god. See, I hate speculating like this, right? Because it makes me feel like a conspiracy theorist when I say shit like the plan is to crash the stock market, right? It makes me feel crazy, right? When I say shit like I think that the destabilization is the point, it makes me feel crazy. But I do genuinely think that it's part of their playbook. I mean, I was going through a video by by Blonde Politics, that was suggested by my partners, about a long-term, long-held plan from tech billionaires to claim through the power of crypto money some kind of physical space, right? Like originally the idea is they want to create these network states, which are like the sequel to nation states in their eyes, except they get to make all the rules and they get to decide that no unions are allowed and they get to do whatever they want to the workers, and the workers don't get to vote. And originally the idea was like they wanted to seastead so that they would be like having floating cities that were free from the laws of the lands, literally. But nobody wants to live at sea, least of all a fucking billionaire, so that didn't work out very well for them. So ever since then, they've been trying to build these cities. And again, it makes me feel like a conspiracy theorist to say these things. But Trump has also talked about all of this untapped potential, all of this land that's undeveloped in the United States that we could build like 10 freedom cities and sell the idea, like the best development idea away, and like that the money would be used for increasing America, whatever. Like we're increasing the wealth of the nation by selling the ability to develop your own private city. Just such a weird like concept. Again, like I said, it makes me sound crazy, it makes me feel crazy talking about it, but it is something that a lot of these tech billionaires that we know that have gotten like a lot of power and popularity lately, especially people like Peter Thiel, people like Ben Horowitz, David Sachs, and then they're all connected to Curtis Yarvin, who like is the originator of this like insane. I don't know if he was the one that was behind seasteading or that was another one of their ideas. Either way. But I see them, you know, whatever, the administration. I hate saying like them, right? But we see the Trump administration dismantling social services. We see them dismantling like public health. We see them dismantling important things that are being like resources being used by poor, minority, and downtrodden working class people. Them derogatory, right? But you can't like, because them is like a dog whistle Nazis use for like Jews, which is not what I'm trying to imply here, so I just wanted to be clear. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was it? Okay. Oh, right. They're it's an attempt to, I believe it is an attempt to like you root out all of these like useful programs so that they can point to them and be like, see, they don't work because they gutted them and they don't like give them enough people to do the job, and then they're like, oh, the departments are all useless anyway, so we'll just sell it and privatize it, and you know, a company could do it better. But then the company is just selling you back the stuff that you could have gotten for free through a social service. So it's the idea of like attempting to destabilize on purpose. I don't know if they expected the entire world to tell us to go fuck ourselves so quickly, but it kind of is awesome that the entire world told them to go fuck themselves right away. I was a big fan. I know where right now, like a lot of the West Coast, there's just like ports that are just totally empty, which is like scary, obviously. I anticipate shortages. Um, I think again, unfortunately, I think it's gonna get better before it gets worse, and I am not sure what the only action item I really have, like the only way that like we can take action is to do public service for each other, is to do like mutual aid stuff. Make sure to check on your neighbors, make sure to like have a community. Um... So I that was basically all I wanted to talk about. I'm gonna do a quick checkup on our daily roundup. I'm really hoping things don't get so bad. You made VIP? I've been VIP for a little while. You're sweet though. Though you deserve it for sure. You're a regular. You're always here. And I really appreciate that. You keep it real, and you keep me motivated to keep coming back. Oh. What we will do is a entirely self-indulgent bout of play video game. I started playing my yearly run through of Borderlands 2. Let me just make sure that my category is changed as well. All right, all right. Get everything back the way it was supposed to be. There we go. Hell yeah. Perfect, got it. Okay, the beast, we didn't need to worry about it. The beast is fine. Everyone was fine. They all lived. I've been hauling, even if the video game isn't very good. Gage is baby's first gen envy for sure. For sure. Can I open this at all? I still have 35 keys. Yep. No, I should not open it yet. I don't think anything is modded. Let's check our stash and see if anything has been shared. I might need to do a little quest. Just have to sit here for a sec. There is no animal abuse in Bossing Say. That's true. Nothing. Cool. I have fond memories of this video game, but like I said, it's not a very good one. Okay. Right. You can't hear game audio? Oh, thank you, thank you. No, not that. There we go.
Town. She's real into that iridium stuff. She ain't acting all hoity-toity because she's got a real doctorate. No,
There we go. Thank you very much.
God as my witness. One day I will find a usable spleen.
God is my witness.
As I've said, Roland, now that Jack has the vault key, it is only a matter of time until he opens the vault. Also, I require a new ventilator. This lab smells of bacon. Bacon is for sycophants and products of incest.
Thanks, Tanis.
After hours of scientific insanity you could only imagine in your dreams or in my bed standing over, I have deduced that Jack, the vault key, and the iridium are all connected on a deeper level.
Hey, June. Some of the dialogue still hits good. Some of the jokes still land, for sure. Some of them are less good, but some of the jokes are still very good. And smaller than usable enemies.
Could I have
Borderland.
This gun doesn't seem to work.
Yes.
I don't know. Looks like it works to me.
Chat on the screen is just not scrolling. I don't know if I can fix that one. That one seems to have just been happening. Unfortunately, we may just have to live with that. Oh, just stopped? Try refreshing it.
Welcome to my humble shop.
Oh right, no, we have the bonus package. We don't give a shit.
Hey, Vault Hunter! If you're gonna be a part of the Crimson Raiders, you better know how to use elemental weapons, don't you think?
Test.
Just got a crate of
Yeah, I think
new Maliwan
for some reason my
come out. I'll see you in the
some of the widgets in my OBS don't work when I'm on my VPN, but my VPN needs to be on or I can't stream. So I do not know what is wrong.
fire weapons are extremely effective against. Now, burn that imperialist bastard like a skag steak. These fascist thinks he's safe because he's got a shield. Spoilers, he isn't. Take that, Jack Lover. Yeah, a few good hits from. Now what? Armored targets like these damned Hyperion. Now let's try out this new. Now that he's flagged, he should be easy enough to finish off. Switch to another weapon and hit him again. Great! The weapons work, and you're ready to take. If you want to purchase any elemental weapons,
Got it.
you could always buy some from your friendly neighborhood arms dealer. I need nothing done right now. Try me later.
Ooh.
When you think murder, think Marcus Munitions. Come back anytime.
Making sure we got all the quests. Marcus is very tutorial coded, I'll give you that.
Look alive, people.
You know what can make a bullet hole that ain't a bullet? Because I friggin' don't.
I've been seeing some confusing wounds coming from Three Horns. Head down there and find out what kind of weapon's causing them. An old rival of mine named Doc Mercy's using it. And don't let that name fool you. Unlike me, he's more interested in creating wounds and patching them up. Also, unlike me, he actually has a medical license.
I guess we're gonna do the boner part quest.
Not a bad start. Go! I'm feeling awesomer.
To get most of that refunded. Ah! Hey Delta, how you doing?
Robot, attack mode! Liking my options?
I was, no aloe cream, no! I'm so sorry. How could they do that to you? I just tried to, like, summon my sparrow like this is destiny. Cold water works at least. I'm still sorry. That sounds like it hurts.
Alright, let's keep this going.
Ooh, are you collecting bullymong fur? I love that stuff. It's soft, warm, and really good on its own.
Oh, Savage Lee, what the hell?
Once you're done collecting all the fur, why don't you bring it to me instead of Hammerlock? I overheard Claptrap asking you for the bullymong fur you're collecting. As I fear he would do something irredeemably stupid with it, like make a mohawk out of it or something, let me sweeten the deal. If you bring me the fur, I shall give you one of my finest sniper rifles.
Hmm.
It seems bullymongs use those mounds to dispose of their refuse. That suggests a primate-level intelligence. That's it. I shall call them primal
Ugh.
beasts. I'll run it by my
Yeah,
beast. In the
that really
meantime, throw
sucks.
some primal beasts with grenades, would you? See how the new name works for you.
Alright, I gotta go find more bullymongs. Can I fight the guy that's in here unless I'm doing the quest? I don't know if I can. No, it doesn't look like he appears. I know that there is a guy there, like a boss spawns here, but looks like we can't fight him yet. Alright.
Hammerlock wants to give you a sniper rifle. I laugh at his offer. Ha! If you bring me the fur, I'll give you a badass shotgun I found in the hands of a dead vault hunter. It's really fresh. You can still smell the sadness on it. Fur I need. Bring it to me and my sniper rifle shall be yours. Screw that noise. Bring me the fur, and I'll give you a shotgun. Oh, my publisher despised primal beast.
Start the anarchy.
All right, what about Faravolls? They're the most ferocious creatures I've ever seen, and I say that having watched a thresher rip my arm from its socket. Repressed memories, ho! Anyway, take the new name for a spin. Shoot some of the Faravolls projectiles out of the air. See how that name thrills you.
Okay. Apparently I have run to the only location where there are none of them. Oh. Oh. It did it.
Hi, streamer.
There it
This
goes.
is the weirdest Magic the Gathering stream I've ever seen in my life. Anyway, don't forget to take Mono Black to Mythic rank. I know you can make the climb and don't get bogged down by the never-ending onslaught of red decks looking to take you down. By the way, your birdhouses are ready. Don't
Ooh, they
forget to leave the
are.
nightlight on by the birdhouse next time you stop by. Haha. Anyway, have fun in Borderlands 2 and don't let Handsome Jack get away with it or whatever.
Or whatever, even. Ooh, free 1400 XP. Alright. Take it. Why are there no... I need a slinger. Yeah, Handsome Jack's just a fascist, and we have to kill fascists. Of course I grew up to hate fascists. I grew up playing Borderlands. A ragtag team of queer people team up to kill a handsome man who wants to, like, smooth all of the corners out of the world. We do not love this. Ah. Come on, throw stuff at me. Throw stuff at me. Fuck.
This could be the beginning of something awesome.
Throw things! I like will not throw stuff. Oh my god. Oh, fuck, god damn it! My dude came around the corner. I came around the corner with a full-on icicle thrown right at my head. Motherfucker. The evil plan to make the world round. So true. On. Get him. Get him.
Right in the wing nut. Start the stacking.
Oh, another bully mong. Please throw something at me. Oh my god, why can't I hit them? That didn't count? Apparently, none of these just are gonna be the enemy that throws things. Okay, got one. Can you throw something, please? I'm begging. Amazing. This has sucked. Why is this the hardest part of the quest? What is happening? I've never had trouble with this before. Apparently. What is going on? Okay.
Why loot the dead when you can buy from me? You won't find better
Okay.
merchandise anywhere else.
All of my momentum got swallowed.
Check back later to see my new weapon of the day.
No, I don't want that. I want this. Take me to... here. I'm certain that slingers spawn here. Or not. I have lied to myself and to you. And for that I can only apologize. And they're still not here. Amazing. Alright, well, I give up on that. Let's do a different thing. Ooh, excuse me. There we go. Ugh.
The Firehawk should be around here somewhere. Stay alert. That's weird. The Bloodshot Bandit clan seems to be attacking the Firehawk's lair. They've probably left landmarks for their reinforcements. Those should lead you to the Firehawk. That or just follow the screaming.
Step off, Vault Hunter. This is between the Bloodshots and the Firehawk. Once my boys bring his ass back to me, he's gonna pay for every Bloodshot he killed. We're gonna string him up from his own freaking intestines.
Well, that was needlessly graphic.
How do I feel about the Oblivion remaster? I've never actually played Oblivion, so I don't have really any opinion. At least not a serious one. I think it's cool. I'm glad people got it that wanted it. It just wasn't really like something made for me, you know? My first Elder Scrolls game was Skyrim, so I'll give it access to my Steam account so I can try it. I appreciate that. That seems like too much effort. I'll just pirate it if I really want to play it. It's too much effort for a game that I'm not even really sure if I'm gonna like. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. These pyros are insane.
I'm feeling awesomer.
Love it. Yeah, I'm not like I'm not opposed to playing Oblivion, but it's not like I don't really play a lot of video games. I barely play the video games I like. It's just not really my hobby, like the way that it used to be. Like, I like video games, and I still play it. I still play them, like, obviously I am right now. But I kind of just stick to the ones I like. How's my badass rank? 38,311. Don't worry about it. I am pretty badass. Widely known as a badass bitch. There's always a gun here. Because it's a reference. It also happens to be just like a really good gun for my specific build. Who needs accuracy? Ah! Why'd I do that? Accurate. So the way that I leveled up. Recoil reduction seems good. Yeah, give me some recoil reduction. The way that my ability works is every time I get a stack of anarchy in the bottom, it increases my gun damage while decreasing my accuracy by the same amount. And I'm going to get a lot of them. But if I reload early, it gets rid of them all. I might not hit often, but boy howdy when I do. Have that. Motherfucker. Shut up. The blue collar spider you just gunned down in the streets. You No. He was not a soldier of the people.
So inaccurate, but so awesome!
The funny thing is that, oh. Sorry, the funny thing is that I'm going to straight up not have, control over where I'm going to be able to shoot things. Yeah. My fucking brain turned off somewhere halfway in the middle of that sentence. Don't worry about it. Yeah. We do not pay attention to the language used by the people that made this game. They didn't understand it was 2012. It was a different time. Not to excuse it, obviously, but we can poke fun. It's allowed, whatever. The wrong way.
More anarchy! More!
I was always going to turn out the way that I did. This was my first gender envy character. This was always going to happen. I was always going to be this. Oh my.
No one has seen the Firehawk, but we feel its presence everywhere. The Bloodshots, those disgusting marauders who operate out of the old Tar Dam, mounted raids on the gates of Sanctuary for weeks, until suddenly they stopped. I see scorch marks all around the Bloodshot camps. No human could stop the Bloodshot so completely, so violently, so beautifully. No one but a god could accomplish such a feat.
Oh, I gotta go over here. Sorry. You just remembered. Ectoplasm versus Twice, who wins? I think Twice, because Ectoplasm has a limit to the number of clones he can make, right? I don't remember. Although, I don't know exactly how they're thinking, but it would be interesting to see a fight between the two.
Not bad.
I'm not entirely convinced that Twice is dead. Sorry, spoilers, I guess. Fuck am I going? Was it a critical miss? Hi. You're so right. It's on the wrong side of the screen. I'm sorry. I'll get that all set up for next stream. I just don't want to fuck around with it right now.
The sky lit up with fire and blood and bullets and screaming. One of our scouts came back from his morning patrol exactly as he usually did, except this time he was on fire. His skin was black and crisp, his vocal cords cooked. As we circled around his smoking form, ready to divvy up his loot, he shrieked one word with his last ounce of breath. Firehawk!
You won't find better merchandise anywhere else. I made sure of that. Don't have too much fun.
Cool. Okay, but we're back on the track. I'm gonna not get sidetracked this time. I went the entire wrong way and then could not find my way back. But we're back on track again. I do love the line that he came back from his patrol exactly as he always did, except he was on fire. Very loud. In my ears.
You think the Firehawks got rolling, huh? You know, I heard the Firehawk liquefies bandits and drinks them like fresh spoons. Yeah, I'm sure your bad about Roland's just fine. Of course, if Roland hadn't been such a dumbass in the first place, he would have... Oops. Almost spilled the secret.
This isn't the last hang on my merry-go-round. Just do it. Wow. Enough.
What? That was it?
Time out.
Let me explain something. Even if you do rescue Roland from this Firehawk guy, the Crimson Raiders ain't exactly along for this world. You know what? I think you deserve a little hint. My secret involves your pathetic resistance dying, and me laughing. A lot.
What? Live so much. Hurt so hard.
The completionist in me is like, yeah!
This is it. The Firehawk's hideout. Be careful, friend. There are bound to be traps everywhere. I can smell Traps. Don't let that happen to you.
The blood is just like
Ooh, you feel that? The sound of those earthquakes marks my drills getting closer and closer to the vaults. That's the sound of progress, baby.
It's a fine day, full of opportunity. Two words, my friend. No refunds. You won't find better merchandise anywhere else. I made sure of that.
You'll pay for that!
Got him.
Sup?
My girl.
How you doing? The bandits call me the Firehawk, but the name's Lilith. I'm with the Raiders, like you. I keep the bandits in line so Roland can focus on taking down Jack. Anyway, long story, lots of internal bleeding. Could you help me up?
Let's get her up.
Oh, I need a pick-me-up. Get me some iridium, will ya? I should have some in one of my strong boxes. Yeah, that's the stuff. Give it here. Appreciate it.
Guess you're looking for Roland, huh? He's not here. The Bloodshots grabbed him. Made him cocky, too. They never came after me this hard.
They're in here! Get them!
Now the real fun begins. I'll see if I can't phase blast a few of them for you.
I need another
Hit him!
for my merry-go-round. Yours is
Doing great!
Hear that, boys?
Psychos, watch out! Hell yeah! Psychos, watch out!
You want to know?
Hell yeah! Psychos, watch out!
Watch out! Badass psychos! Nice shot! Get some ammo! This ain't over yet!
Rock and roll!
They found another way in! Miss me?
Don't screw with a girl and her robot.
Well done!
Howdy, boys. Nice shot!
You can't stop me.
Chance against us.
Well done!
Yours is perfect. I'll blow.
Heads up! Badasses!
Bastard!
3 pounds of flesh.
Well, that was fun. Feeling tapped out, though. Could you give me another hunk of iridium?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Give it here. Thanks. Yeah. Since the vault opened, my siren powers have been getting a little awesome. Thanks to this iridium stuff. No idea why. Now, let's talk about rescuing my boyfriend. Well, X. Before the blood... Shots grabbed him. Roland was getting in...
Alright.
Tell on the vault and what Jack plans to do with it. You have to find him. I gotta head back to Sanctuary, keep the city in one piece while Roland's away. But first, I'm gonna teleport you into the Bloodshot stronghold. That's where they're keeping Roland. You'll catch him by surprise and have a real advantage. It'll be great. Hold still.
Send us.
I just moved you like 10 feet, didn't I? Sorry. Still getting used to this. Reminds me though, Bloodshot stronghold is full of
Real tough customers. You might want to train a bit before you take them on. You're doing good out there, by the way. Keep it up.
Ow. There's a chest up here, and then I'm good with the area.
Don't worry, baby. I'll take good care of you.
Let's just get this out of the way. Yes,
dip back to Sanctuary and stop for the evening because I don't want to burn myself out on a video game that I like.
Alright, Killer. I'm back in Sanctuary. Be careful. The Bloodshots have camped out all around the dam. You'll want to get a vehicle to soak up some bullets for you.
Alright. They're advertising Borderlands 4 in Borderlands 2. Incredible. Alright, give me just a little bit, and I will be right back. Hello again, friends. Magic. Yeah. Yeah. All right. 80 mentioned mono block earlier. We're in gold. We're gonna make gold players suffer for a little while. Let's do it. It's not detected. This is my camera's audio. This is the backup audio. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on. It's not detecting the microphone. Huh. For now, we'll stick with this. I hope that the audio is not too bad. I'll try to figure it out after this. I don't know what's going on. Bonk. That audio didn't play. What the hell? Everything is wrong. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I don't know why the audio is... The microphone's not going up as an audio source. I've never done this before. Did that do it? I don't know why it's not detecting it. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay. Alright, there we go. For some reason it just wasn't showing up. Wild. Good enough for another pack. Still opening Dragonstorm packs. Violet Death? Along with a Hollow Mercy. Pull the mic a little closer. Can do. Sorry, I had moved it over while I was trying to figure everything out. We've returned to ASMR quality, the way it should be. Hello. You want me to record ASMR for you? I'm not above it. Violently uncomfortable. Yeah, me too. Ooh, yeah, the sound of chewing kills me. I hate it. Let's see what you kept. Crimson Steel and Oil. Is this a crime worthy of death? Often it is, yes. They are just gonna kill my guy if I play the thing, so I'm gonna not do it. Another one. Another one. Like 7. I think I might just still be dead, unfortunately. Just got established better than me, I guess. 2 more duresses. Sheldred's Edict. Annoyance actually seem good. I'm just gonna want less creatures overall. Creatures don't even trade. Well, they do trade with the thing. I got the nowhere to run. I got the momentum breaker. A couple of cut downs, probably. We'll put Withering Torment in, actually, because when we can take out the Phyrexian Arena. Right, it's just going to be a grind fest. That's the only way we're going to get through it. They just unfortunately had a handful of removal and we couldn't do anything about. That's removal. Probably wanted to search for a duress, but... When the magic gods hand us a decent hand... Who are we to say no? I guess I'll force them to do removal. Seems fine. Ooh, that's pretty good. Ha! Hell yeah.
Enough with the mysteries. I've come for answers.
I don't need to discard a card. I can wait until after I attack, yeah. Let's both drop a card. on, you drew another Legions to ashes.
I'm not interested in dying today.
Rip. That's okay. We got an Archfiend. Damn. Damn. Hey, what's up, Searcha? How you doing? Oof. I am stuck in a mono black grind fest. Trey, you got it. This is tragic. Cannot discard what I do not have. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Switcha. All right, we did not win that. That was unfortunate. Oh, now they're catching up. Thank goodness. All right, let's change over. Let's bang out some of the Izzet Prowess has kind of been the main character for a little while. Let's play a little bit of the Izzet Prowess deck and see. We'll see how good it truly is. I don't know if I have a sideboard ready for this deck. We're gonna find out together. I probably do. It'll be fine. I'll keep the land, I guess. I get a 1/1 otter. We keep that. We hold back. We are patient. Spell Pierce. Bonk bonk. We love Spell Pierce. My favorite. That's not going to do it, buddy. That is gonna do it, though. Rough. It work tomorrow? No problem. Can't cast Torch the Tower. Tragic. No, they had another one. Oh, that sucks. Hit him for 4? Oh, thank you so much. No fucking way. Goodbye. We got there. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve it. We do not deserve it. Sometimes you win a game, but you don't deserve it. 5 damage, no. We want... Pyroclasm, I think. Temporary lockdown. We just need these. And then Flood Maws, I think. Yeah, I think like that. A victory is a victory is a victory. Amen, babies. I'll drink to that. It's perfect. It's perfecter. I'll take that. Plot that. An all-powerful witch shoot helps the darkest darkness to unfold. Silly rat with a toothpick coated in silly poison. True. Let's do stock up first. Oh! No. I think you shall not. Oh, that looks really, really good, huh? I'll play a free slick shot, show off. Opt real quick. Oh, it's a little late, but that's okay. Do it next turn. 2 for 2. Womp womp. Sometimes you win games you don't deserve to win. And that's okay because we're the main character. An incredible, incredible day. What a good game for me, and not them, but me. I had a great time. Every single one, every duel. You're so right. Jaden's #1 strategy is stacking his deck. Me when I cheat. Me when I do a little cheating. Me when I say that the card does something it doesn't do. Alright, let's keep this. That's 2 mulligans. Straight out of the script instead of your deck. So true. Spell Pierce? Not Spell Pierce. Into the Flood Maw. I'll take it. This looks like the mirror match. So... Oh, or they just decided they didn't want to play because I was better than them. Okay. Sometimes you win games you don't deserve to win, and then you play the next game. I was ready. I have sideboards for a mirror match. Oh, that's not good. Better. This, I think, we probably toss back the Burst Lightning. Or maybe a land, though that feels really bad. So I think probably the Burst Lightning goes. And I think Thundering Falls probably turn 1. We play a little slower so that we can build up a little momentum. You say? No, yeah. You say we'd be the one that knife fights them. Keep this, throw back the Burst Lightning. Thundering Falls turn 1. Doing a Surveil, we'll keep the Monstrous Rage. Seems good. Monstrous Rage is a good answer to a turn 1 cut down if they have it, or an Elspeth Smite. Because our Monastery will get up to 4 toughness. Ooh, they're playing black-red. Okay. Monastery Swift Spear. The blockers. You can block. Hit you for 5. They're doing Esper self-bounce shenanigans, probably. It's gonna be a little hard for us to keep a creature on the battlefield, but that's what the Quarry Steel Cutter's for. Yeah, Hearth Elementals in the deck to hopefully refill our hand when we are in a bad situation. Storm Chaser's talents can also get us cards out of the graveyard. We have a little bit more resiliency than it looks like. Ow. Hey, hey, what's up, Pixanova? What happened in the news? The Trump administration is suing Rochester. For being a sanctuary city. I don't think that's gonna do it for us. So true. You're real for that one, bestie. Unfortunately, all of the emotes are on the wrong side of the screen. We will fix that later. I just don't want to fuck with it right now. True. Is that death? That's probably death. Let's just... Alright. Do those. Shore ups. Pyroclasm is a really good cleanup. Spell Pierce, take out. Double torch the towers. Should probably all the torch the towers. Yeah, just do it like that. You barely know local news? Yeah, you should probably know at least a little bit about your local news. There is a Rochester, like there's a local town subreddit, as well as just like following a couple of the local things. Always a good step in the right direction. Okay, monster in for 1. Kill that and hit for 2. Oh, I can show. We have a little friend. We have a friend. Oh, you're such a baby. Such a baby. Be so happy. Got 1 pyroclasm. And we watched the Hope leave their little eyes. And I deal 11 damage. Lamentations. That 1 pyroclasm was absolutely devastating. What a good include. After this game, I'm gonna pack a bowl. So, we'll wait a little bit. This is pretty good. It's a little painful with the mana base, but I think we can live with that. They're really, really shuffling back. They're aggressively mulliganing. Sign of a bad deck, one might say. Oh, down to 4 on game 3. That's rough, buddy. I'm gonna plot that. I'm gonna cast removal on my otter. He's got removal for the otter. He wants to kill the otter so bad. It's annoying with affliction, I'll betcha. Yes, yeah, if you have to mulligan down to 1, you need to build a new deck. What's the over-under on they counterspell me here? Okay. Motherfucker's doing his emotes. No. That does not matter. Rest in piss. Goodbye. He was like so confused that I cast the Quarry Steel Cutter. But casting the Quarry Steel Cutter first means that I get not only does the Quarry Steel Cutter then activate when I cast my free spell second, and it's better sequencing, even though it looks weird. But it also offers the Quarry Steel Cutter as bait because it's not actually a consistent threat, whereas my my bird was. And if I wanted it to get, if I wanted to hold removal, so think before you spam your emotes, friends. I hope that guy enjoys being in gold forever. Alright. Better. So true. I was gonna be so mad if I got spell pierced there. And I draw my land. Look at that. It is not, unfortunately, a blue land, so I cannot hold the Spell Pierce open, but we do get to hold the removal open. Okay. Ooh, that's rough, buddy. Okay. Come on, counter me. Spell Pierce, get fucked. Oh. That's so funny. That's so fucked. It's fucked up. This deck is fucked up. This deck fucked. Oh, they're just playing a Gazorius control? Oh boy. More counter spells, probably. More shore ups. Probably a stock up, because it's gonna be a slower game. Do you think they're gonna have life gain? They're in Azorius, so maybe. Might be good to have those. Drop the torch the tower is probably single Storm Chaser's talent, single Swift Spear maybe. And then one Spell Pierce maybe. No, we want those. Drop an opt. you think about it, Opt is better than Bolos to Citadel. Okay, keep that. Let's toss back the Screaming Nemesis. It's a little optimistic. Third of the consoles are kind of sucks. That's okay though. It just means we try to bait it out first. Let's cast this. Make an attempt to get them to cast removal because bad timing. Does this... Does this work on that? Oh, it still counters it. That's fucking crazy. Oh, but because of layers, I still have trample. We do this. Okay. Nothing I got solves that problem. Hmm. $16 damage in a single turn. This can do that. Probably. No, and this isn't the one that you were thinking of though. That should be fine. No. You don't like my monument combo deck? Decline that, I think. Hit him for 5. Make it +1/+1. Cancel, do that here instead. Let's see what the answer is. Split up is a good answer. I don't know if it's the answer, though. Because I'm gonna do this. So, in case you wanted another deck to fear, I just reduced that man to ashes over the course of that game. Poor guy. Oh, empty message. Oh, now the emote showed up. Ooh, okay, yeah, fuck it. We're keeping it. I'm not afraid. We're playing mono red. We're not, but it looks like we are. Ooh, maybe they are. Arabella. Donk, donk. Hit him for another 7. Doorkeeper Thrall. Okay. What? Can I win? If I do this, this gives +1/+1 trample haste. Did this get made this turn? It does not have summoning sickness. I made it last turn, right? Because what I could do is bounce this and this. This will stay a 3/3, 4/5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 2 from the burst lightning is lethal. Oh, and I get another fucking token. I didn't even notice. Amazing. You don't get anything. All right, so they are small dorks. We're gonna say probably this Pyroclasm is a good answer. They want to gain life, so this Screaming Nemesis is gonna be a good answer. Drop the stock ups. We just need to get under them. Torch the tower can come out probably. Yeah, let's put in the Into the Floodmoors instead, because I don't think we need to exile their stuff. And Into the Floodmoors technically better. At least against them. Alright, this is Storm Chasers into the Steel Cutter. We'll see if that resolves. High Noon. Very cool. Ooh, Persona 4! Very cool. Put that down. Bonk. Bonk. We want a non-creature spell, so we'll just play the Talon again. That's so kind of you. You're such a beautiful soul. It's just what we do here. We hug. I think we sacrifice an otter here. I'm sorry. God's strongest soldier. God's toughest little guy. Anim Pakal. Oh, that's awesome. Alright. Drop a Purge down. Bloodmaw. Bounce High Noon. Prowess. Swift Spear. Take the action. Okay. We'll just take it. Egg boy. He's forever closeted in your heart. He's not gonna be closeted forever. Don't think like that. Yosuke will eventually discover what he can be true to himself. Oh, he's just a teenager. He's gonna grow up and he's gonna be gay as an adult. Just like I was. He'll figure it out. Hello, Merlin. Pick up some water. That was bad sequencing, everybody. Oh, hello, Merlin. Look how sweet and small he is. What? Merlin? Look how small. And baby. Baby boy. He's been so polite to chill out here next to our stream. Is this a good place for your little house? He always wants to hang out near people. He's approximately the size of a cuddle. What a baby. We got his portrait on the wall. Oh, is he hungry?
I think maybe I'll give him a treat.
A treat is okay.
Just a treat.
I'm gonna use this moment. You got the Millennia? Yeah, you got like the Millennia figurine. I'm a queen of culture. I am. We got a Thrumbo back here too. I got my little Thrumbo plushie. Yeah, the background's not necessarily like perfect, and it's probably gonna change in the coming months. But this is what I could make with what I had. And so, what we have. You know what that is? This bag? This is the bag that I use to store most of my stuff. Oh, the Thrumbo? Yeah, it's from RimWorld. Vince's Discount Bats. You want that bag as a shirt? You probably can get it. Huh? No, you can have it if you want. I'm all good. I'll just have the chili if I want a snack. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. And I have beef lo mein if you want that as well. It's only a little bit though. It's the one, yeah, right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem. I ate the gyoza last night though. You hate me because I ate the gyoza. You hate me. You hate me so much. Yeah, you're gonna hit me in the head. I die in a single strike. My last HP. Abuse on camera. I know. I'm thoroughly abused. Wink. Is there a wink there? Is that something that one winks at? We have been watching My Hero Academia, and we got through the edgy Deku arc, which I have very much enjoyed. It also, it spoke a lot to me personally, as somebody who isolates a lot when I am having a bad time. Just mowed my lawn. Wink. Just bought some soda. Wink. So, I have this little, this is a really fancy dry herb vape that we've been running with. It is, I believe it's German. It's the Mighty Plus. But it's really nice. I've been ripping on it a little bit while we've been on stream, but I haven't really actually shown it off. Oh. My hair is such a mess today. Ugh. I need to get my side shave redone. It's been a little while. It looks like it's wired to set off bombs across Gotham City. No, it's wired to fill my lungs with delicious, laughing gas. Wink. Ooh, do y'all want to watch the new Dead Domain? Oh god, it's 2 hours. The new Dead Domain video is out, but it's 2 whole hours. Maybe we want to just do part of it? Too much? Movie night? Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, Candace Owens video. Eden Riley uploaded a video about Candace Owens that's an hour long on the same day that Dead Domain drops a 2-hour video on Brianna Wu. Oh, that's delicious. Let's change our category back to just chatting, because I think I'm done playing Magic for a little bit. Thank you for sticking with me through it. Enjoying my climb back into Platinum because they reset my rank because the season ended. Merlin. He's in his house. He's on the lower level. I don't know if you can see him. There he is. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Man. How are you? Are you being good? No. You're always up for watching long-form content with friends? Hell yeah. Hey, June. He is happy because he got treats. Let's reset this overlay. It's doing the thing again. The chat is being frustrating. I might actually just say fuck it to this chat widget and just use can I just plus browser, not browser. that work? Okay, not doing it. There we go. This has been the app I've been using that has been putting in a lot better work than the normal chat widget I've been using. How big is the chat widget usually? About that big? Oh jeez. What's this? It's not perfect, but... Well, it covers Merlin. I don't want that. Ah! Got the hydrate? I can hydrate. Well, you know, let's stick with, let's start with Candace Owens' video, I guess. I'm gonna change the camera a little bit so you can see Merlin. I want you to be able to see him. He's my son. Oh, is it because it's below? Is it because my chat is below? Is that what's going on? Weird. I did. I named them after wizards who hate each other, and then they hated each other, and I made the fucking surprised Pikachu face the whole time. How could this have happened? What is this video called? It's called Candace Owens Has an Anti-Semitism Problem. I can move myself a little bit so y'all can see it. There, that's probably better.
Hi, Candace Owens is one of the most popular podcasts.
Alright. I am going to take away our music for a little while, forgive me. Unless you think music won't be too intrusive to the video, but I feel like it would have to be, right? Eden. I love Eden. One for the road.
Hi, Candace Owens is one of the most popular podcasters in America, unfortunately. She's also one of the most cynical, desperate, and immoral political commentators on YouTube. I talk a lot about right-wingers and grifters in general, but few stand as high as Candace in terms of popularity, nor stoop as low or as desperately to pander as far to the right as possible. This includes cozying up to and defending the likes of the Tate brothers, Russell Brand, Kanye West, and even Harvey.
You can't really do fat clouds with this thing.
I've already explained to you
You can't really do like clouds with it just because like it's vapor, so there's not smoke. Can I turn it up? I can turn it up.
It's so special to me,
Is that
mainly
okay?
because the Me Too movement, I believe, has become an evil manifestation, and I have 3 sons. So let's jump right into it. Welcome to episode 1 of Harvey Speaks.
Really nice friends you got there, Candace. Candace Owens is not stupid. She's malicious, she's calculated, and she's deliberate. She spreads some of the least factual and most hateful misinformation online about a variety of topics, but she isn't like stupid. I think it's even worse. She pretends to be stupid to convince people that she's correct about something.
That's really scary.
Because if you're so stupid that you can't even conceptualize a counter argument, then you must be right. Candace's agenda has always been to foster and spread hate. She does this often by lying, or lying by omission, or inviting a guest onto her podcast to lie. She also regularly
Whoa, with Andrew Tate?
Or lying by omission, or
And
inviting
Charlie
a guest
Kirk,
onto
yeah.
her podcast.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Candace.
She also regularly weaponizes her identity as a black woman to undermine both black people and women, depending on how she's trying to defend right-wing sentiment.
Trade speaker is legible and clear, unrealistic, immersion ruined.
Trump administration.
It is Japan. It is Japan.
I don't believe that police brutality is an issue. I think that people are believing it's an issue because the media focuses on it. This is something that I speak about obviously all the time because they particularly use it to try to persuade Black Americans into believing that we're somehow targeted by police officers, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'm much more concerned about black-on-black crime.
And when she's not doing that, she's lying about trans people, Muslims, refugees, Jewish people, victims of police brutality, immigrants, pregnant teenagers, and otherwise victimized women. You know, where all the real power in society is. Candace is always punching up. And Owens is far more popular than she really has any right to be, especially considering how bland and boring her content is. She manages to keep her audience relatively captured by, I guess, giving them the thrill of feeling like they're being let in on some kind of conspiracy or big Illuminati situation. She's lying. Like most right-wing content, it's made for people who already agree with it, to click on it and nod their head and like and subscribe. Or it's at least made for people
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everybody. Drop a subscription, or I'll know.
Who are predisposed to seeking out justifications for things they already believe, if they don't already believe what
Eden is extremely pretty. I love Eden's like whole look personally, and when I saw that she was coming out as trans, it made me so happy. I know that's like a silly little thing, and obviously a creator is a creator first, right? But
what Candace is saying to begin with. And for all the things that you can certainly say that Candace Owens is, one thing that I will insist she is not is an anti-Zionist. Now, I don't think this video in particular is important or anything, but I am making it for a reason that's at least important to me. Some people with much larger platforms than myself have taken to harassing smaller creators, doxing Instagram commenters.
That's him.
Oh.
That's him right there. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow. Spot him from a crowd.
That's him. So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him, or probably even his parents, would be pretty disappointed to see that. Although who knows? Here's his mom.
Sometimes some people.
Jesus Christ. Ethan is like, the whole Ethan Klein crash out has been so sad because I genuinely used to like think he was pretty level-headed when it came to a lot of stuff, if a little silly, right? But seeing how like hard he's gone in on Zionism has been like very eye-opening. Do not meet your heroes, kids. Holy shit.
Evidence to call somebody out.
She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated.
Who went in on it? What do you mean?
for Rival
Yeah.
Star again.
All under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism, when none of the people targeted by this creator are anti-Semitic, not even close. In fact, some of them are even Jewish, but, you know, of course, they're anti-Semitic too, and they're tokens according to him.
And Matt Lieb is one of these guys who's like, he's Jewish, and he loves that because he allows himself to be tokenized to the max. I am the token good Jew. He's on the approved list of good Jews that Hassan wants me to talk to. You really got to talk to this guy, Matt Lieb. There's these groups called like Jewish.
No, God, I hate the way that Ethan has been like, you know, oh, they're trying to say you should talk to a Jewish person on this. You know, like, why does it have to be a Jewish person? And the answer is because, like, you're literally asking to talk to a Jewish person because you're like, what opinion can you have when you're not Jewish? And it's like, okay, then you should talk to somebody who's Jewish and has an opinion on this. Like, you know, it's not tokenization. It's like they're legitimately attempting to convince you, but like in good faith. And I just, it's been very sad to see him not engage and in fact just get more and more like into his head. And God, the Content Cop video that iDubbbz did was very eye-opening because again they had been like personal friends, so to see like that personal perspective, gosh, I hope he turns out okay. Ultimately, I hope that, because he's got kids, he's got a wife, like he's got a family, and I don't think he's an evil person. I think unfortunately he's being used as a useful idiot. And he's just in a really bad mental situation with how bad everything has gotten. You're demanding his head should explode. I don't want that to. I don't want that to happen. See, like again, I don't want to wish that kind of thing on anybody because it's not the kind of thing that I would want for them. People deserve to be able to learn and grow, and change. Speaking of My Hero,
Criticize them as being like allowing themselves to be tokenized.
How are you gonna tweet stuff like that? That's just not okay.
Well, that's why he tokenizes himself so he can feel special. And that's the thing too. When you tokenize yourself, especially on Twitter, your voice gets amplified. They bring you to the front of the crowd. Jews are allowed to have different.
I used to have a lot of problems with like holding grudges, and I was able to kind of get through that as I found characters that I genuinely didn't like or wasn't ready to forgive become like not become humbled, but have moments where they are like shown to be more human. I'm thinking specifically we recently just watched so spoilers for My Hero Academia, I guess, but there is an arc where there's conflict between Deku and the other UA students, and Bakugo actually goes up and apologizes to him for, like, sincerely apologizes to him for all of the, you know, the fucked up stuff that he did to him when they were growing up. And I think that takes a lot of courage as a person to like really square yourself like that, and it takes a lot of courage to forgive somebody who hurt you like that. But ultimately, I think that people deserve to be, you know, given another chance and given the chance to like grow and be better. I came to terms with it through reading Gideon the Ninth. Harrow Hark really affected me. I thought her characterization was very beautiful. Yeah, someone who's been getting in their own way, a good person trapped in their own cycles. Yeah, absolutely. And then it comes to the fact too that like with the quirk factors, right? And like the way that they physically change people's appearances and things like that is this very like open, it's a very like poignant metaphor for like neuroatypicality as well as like disability, because you have to accommodate all of these people, and you know, you don't want them to get abused because like by the system or by other people just because that's the way that they were born, that the way that their quirks, something they can't control, like happens to be. And that's something that's not being like addressed by the current society, which is why villains exist in the world, which is it's interesting to me. And again, it's like coming to learn like a character that I wasn't ready to forgive. I didn't think that I could forgive them for like the bad things they did, but you know, seeing somebody genuinely apologize like that gets me. So I hope that somebody like Ethan can turn around, because I do think that they're a good person ultimately. I want to believe in the good in people altogether. Yeah, exactly.
Perspective and stuff, but this man is like the embodiment of a fucking Jewish token. Like, holy fuck.
To you as a representative of all Jews, I am a bad representative.
Why'd you even say that? It's like, bro, he's playing the token card. Anyway, this is Matt Lieb, everybody who works for Good Mythical Morning. What a fucking piece of shit, weirdo, freak, little token boy is he. And I can call him Token because, I mean, he's like, hey guys, I'm the Token. Anyone want to hear some Jew jokes? Gather around. Y'all want to know why Jews have big noses? Anybody? Because air is free. Check me out. I'm the token Jew, not Zionist. You don't need the token, bro. Try without it, please. But anyway, here he is with Frogan, a disgusting human being in her own right. He brought her on his show to run defense for her, once again, as the token Jew. Can you just share an opinion without starting as a Jew, you fucking pathetic tokenized bitch? He needs the token.
Base?
I mean, he's clearly not that funny. Bro, you're so much more than a token. Seriously, you need to embrace, like, being an actual human being.
Meanwhile, on the other hand, there are actual open white supremacists and Nazis in the American government, in positions of serious material power.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately the question of Zionism is one that a lot of people aren't like ready to face, right? Because it's such it's cruelty on a level that we can't really understand, and we kind of can't imagine that people that we think are good would do something like that, right? And you know, he has reason to believe, like, his family is, you know, he's married to an Israeli woman. His kids are going to be half Israeli. He has loyalty to the nation for several reasons, but like, it's an inability to like reflect on that kind of cruelty, because again, it feels so inhuman, and especially too, you're like, oh, but like Jewish people would never do that. They have been taught about the horrors of the Holocaust. You'd think, especially like the Jewish people would be the most aware of things like that, but no one is immune to propaganda, and no one is immune to the allure of power. And it's not even the case of like, unfortunately, like, Zionism here can hide behind anti-Semitism and to allow a fascist state to exist. It's weaponizing the goodwill of a people who want to believe that they would never do something like that. The people that we consider good would never do something like that. And so it clearly must not be true. Like, people want to believe that the cruelty that we're seeing isn't real. I would love to believe that. But unfortunately, the evidence just does not support it. His family isn't diseased so much as they're victims of a vast disinformation campaign focused on dehumanization of their neighbors. Yeah, absolutely. You know, everyone is ultimately a product of their circumstance, and it's not to like exempt them from the things that they say, right? Because you do have the power to like critically think and come to a conclusion, and they're choosing to not do that. So we can criticize and blame them for the things that they say that are hurtful, but I do not think that they are irredeemable. But maybe I am naive because I do not believe most people are irredeemable. I do not really believe in irredeemability.
and influence. Coincidentally, also weaponizing allegations of anti-Semitism against student protesters who speak out against a genocide in Gaza. This Nazi-occupied government is arresting, detaining, and trafficking these students against their will and against the fucking Constitution for speaking out against genocide and apartheid. Because I'm sure they definitely want to fucking prosecute anti-Semitism. That's why they've arrested David Duke, right? And despite everything happening on the ground, from suppression of speech by the American...
That is a good sentence. For several stories of Israelis breaking free of the programming, meeting Palestinian, and waking up. I hope it happens to more of them. But there have been some interviews done of like general populace Israeli folks, and it's scary. I'll take a detour for a second and see if I can find the video I'm thinking of. I don't know if I'll find the thing I'm looking for. Is there street interviews? I guess we'll just pull this.
What do you think is going to happen now in Israel, in Gaza, especially now that Donald Trump is talking about taking over the Gaza Strip?
What do you think Donald Trump is going to do? Nobody knows, not even Donald. So,
do you trust Donald Trump when he says that he's going to take it over? Or do you think that's just kind of propaganda or one of his negotiation tactics?
If I was an American, I would never vote for Trump. As an Israeli, I would give him 10 votes. He's great for us. He shows power. Nobody wants to mess with him. Hamas is not gonna f with him. So the hostages that was allegedly not gonna come back, they changed their minds. They're gonna give them back, and I hope even if he's not gonna do everything he says, it's gonna be a little bit better for us.
What do you guys think about Donald Trump saying he's gonna take Gaza?
Donald Trump is the king. There is only one king in the world, and this is God. Donald Trump is not a king, but is very good for us.
So you guys support Donald Trump in his idea of taking Gaza?
Of course. Yes, of course. We need to destroy Gaza.
And why do you believe you guys should destroy Gaza?
Because there is not good. The world is good, and this is not good. All right, they want innocent people there. They want only murder and to kill and to destroy. So for what do we need this?
Would you rather have
What do I even say? What do I even say?
United States control Gaza.
What do you think about Donald Trump saying he wants to take over Gaza?
He will never do it. And I don't think that he could take 2 million people and put it somewhere else.
Where would the 2 million people go in Gaza if the United States were to take over Gaza?
I don't know. To USA, maybe.
Where do you think all the Palestinians would go if he does take over Gaza?
I don't know. Maybe Sahara Desert? I don't know.
Would Israel accept the Palestinians into Israel?
We have enough Palestinians here. We should kick them all out.
Really? So you don't support any Palestinians being in Israel?
We have enough, and we should put them out. Those are here have to go out.
Really? And why should those that are here go out?
Because this is the land of the Almighty and the land of Israel, and He chosen us.
Oh, I didn't realize it was so quiet. But like again, I can just.
And why do you believe you guys should destroy Gaza?
Because there is not good. The world is good, and this is not good. All right, they want innocent people there. They want only murder and to kill and to destroy. So for what do we need this?
Would you rather have Israel, the United States, or Hamas?
Two things. It's not in His power. It's the power of the Almighty.
As this video progresses, we'll speak with a wide range of people from Israelis at a hostage release rally, a few Palestinians that were willing to speak on camera. At the very end of this video, we'll speak with one more Orthodox Jew in Jerusalem who gives a very controversial take on this issue.
And somebody like me coming from the United States, it can be kind of complicated to understand what's actually happening here in the Middle East. Donald Trump said if he takes over the Gaza Strip, there would be peace throughout the Middle East. Is that true or no?
I would say that's one of the pieces of the puzzle. He's trying to solve it in a different way. You understand? He's trying to solve it in a different way. And new ideas are very, very welcome because the old ideas, of course, don't work at all, as we've seen. And they're quite dangerous, actually. So I think that, you know, look, if you have somebody trying to genocide a small minority, of course you want to get them away. Okay, you'd like them to organize themselves in a different fashion.
What do you think about what's going on here in Israel and Gaza? And do you think the United States should take control of the Gaza Strip?
If you're seeing a group of people getting genocided, you obviously just want to get them away. Maybe we should stop the genocide. Maybe. Just like, obviously controversial take here, but maybe we should just not be killing them. Maybe we should just not be killing them.
My own personal view would be...
Oh, him fucking it up.
Perpetuate. And who is going to actually solve that problem? If you look at the news at the moment, it looks like the Arab nations are trying to come up with something which...
Oh boy.
You know, the local neighboring countries, perhaps that would be a better thing, but something needs to be done.
And do you think Donald Trump and the United States would bring more peace to the Middle East if they were to take control of Gaza?
I think that's like asking how long's a piece of string.
Are all three of you guys in the military right now?
Yes, yes.
And do you guys think Donald Trump, with him wanting to take control of Gaza, do you think that will simplify or amplify the war?
Actually, I think it's going to be good for us. I think Gaza, it's made a lot of troubles for our country, and now that Trump going to take over it, it's going to be good for us. No more headache.
Have any of you three had to kill Hamas?
הוא שאל כאילו אם אחד מאיתנו הרג חמאס.
No.
No.
It's just... no more headache.
You can't say?
No.
And Hamas, they do not have outfits or uniforms. Does that make them a lot harder to attack?
Of course.
What do you think about Donald Trump saying he wants to take over Gaza?
כל מה שטראמפ יעשה, אנחנו מצדדים בו, רוצים מאוד להצליח. הפתרון הכי טוב מבחינתנו כעם יהודי וכמדינת ישראל זה שלא יישאר בעזה זכר. עזה יהיה ממש מגרש חנייה. זה מה שאנחנו רוצים.
And why do you think Donald Trump now says that he wants
Just so, like, again, it's so evil. It's insane. It's insane the kind of, and again, I don't think these people are evil necessarily, right? I think that they are victims of this horrible state that has like poisoned their fucking brains. And I hope these people fucking wake up someday and like atone is the only thing, right? I hope these people, like the MAGA crew in the US, obviously not as extreme in this particular case, but I hope these people eventually like wake up and realize that they have been doing evil. And I don't know I don't know if God's gonna save you. I don't know if your God's gonna save you, honey, but like you gotta find a way to purify that soul a little bit if you want to get into heaven.
to take over the Gaza?
Yeah, they need compassion. It's a critical lack of compassion.
I don't know what's going on inside Donald Trump's mind.
Do you think it's a good or bad idea?
It's very hard to say because there is no simple solution to the Gaza Strip.
Do you think the hostages would have ever been released underneath Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
No, I don't think.
And why do you think it took so long for somebody like Donald Trump to come in to get the hostages released?
Because he wants to take the Nobel Prize, maybe.
How safe is it here in Israel right now?
Very safe. I think it's more safe than anywhere in the world.
And now Donald
It's extremely safe in Israel, even though they're under constant threat of terrorism or whatever. It's just because they're just annihilating this country.
Trump is saying that he wants to take over Gaza. What do you think about that?
I think it's probably the best solution.
Really? And what makes you think that's the best solution?
Because Israel cannot keep Gaza.
But would you support Israel and letting in Palestinians into Israel?
You know, I will support anything that the government will decide.
And do you trust your president, President Netanyahu?
Yes, 100%.
And now recently Donald Trump has said that he wants to take over Gaza. Do you
Yes.
support him in that idea?
Yes.
They call this the parliament when they all are sitting here at the park. And do you think it's a good idea if Donald Trump takes the Gaza Strip?
Yeah, I think so. It's a good idea.
How do you think Donald Trump will take over the Gaza Strip?
You know, in English, you can say, when the money talk, bullshit walk. That's the name of the game. And Donald Trump got a lot of money. There's a lot of money in America. And he can do it.
And do you also support the idea of Donald Trump taking the Gaza Strip like your friends right here?
No.
Why not?
This is their own country too.
Do you support a two-state solution or one-state solution?
Two.
What do you think about what's going on with Israel, the United States, and Hamas?
United States and Hamas. United States is not a part of what happened here.
Do you think the United
They
States?
are not living here. We are living here. We have two problems. We have Hamas problem and we have Gaza Strip problem. Everybody say genocide. If they have genocide, how come there are 2 million since 1950, let's say? They're supposed to be 100. So if you do genocide, they're not supposed to be 2 million now. So we need to think about that.
Theoretically, say Donald Trump does somehow take the Gaza Strip. Where do you think that?
They're just not killing enough people. Honestly, we need to get those numbers up. This is this lady is saying. It's like, if we want it, you say genocide, you gotta get those numbers up, baby. There's still 2 million of them. We gotta get them. It's just sickening. It's disgusting.
2 million people go.
Either way, I did, like, again, I don't want to watch any more of that. It's the, you get it. Back to what we were talking about.
Forces doing an extermination campaign in Gaza. Ethan Klein has tried to censor and silence every pro-Palestinian voice he possibly can, including other Jewish people, lying, saying that they are fostering or spreading anti-Semitism. Candace Owens, on the other hand, has normalized heinous anti-Semitic neo-Nazi propaganda in the fucking mainstream podcasting space, regularly guesting on popular podcasts and television shows hosted by people, with all due respect, that aren't really capable or even interested in pushing back on her genocidal narrative. Candace's overt anti-Semitism is becoming increasingly popular as she grows her brand tremendously. Meanwhile, Ethan has taken to attacking the very few people who would be able to call out Candace Owens for co-opting anti-Zionist language and progressive posturing to launder her anti-Semitism. And that's fucking gross to me. So I'm making this video about how nasty and fucking gross Candace Owens is. She is not one of us, and she never fucking will be. Candace has been a popular far-right provocateur and commentator for several years now. First showing up alongside Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, and in 2021 recruited by the Daily Wire and
I didn't know she first appeared beside Kirk. That's fucking crazy. Small world, right? Shit tends to collect on the bottom of shoes, as they say.
Ben Shapiro. Her dead-eyed, racist ramblings captured the hearts of millions, and Candace Owens quickly became a fan favorite for Daily Wire fans that do exist. A black woman aggressively victim-blaming George Floyd and other victims of police violence and brutality is just exactly the kind of thing white people would need to keep up appearances that they're not racist. A black woman is saying the racist things that I agree with and think. Come on, I'm not racist, I'm just asking questions. Like, what if the police are right every time? Candace actually did an entire documentary, hard to even call it that, for the failed Daily Wire Plus streaming service. The documentary was about George Floyd's murder, trying to absolve Derek Chauvin of any responsibility.
How did you feel watching the trial?
I thought it was a sham. Much like Candace's other defense of clearly guilty individuals, her arguments are nothing you haven't already heard before and haven't already been argued in their defense in court, and were obviously not effective arguments because Pig's in jail where he belongs. But none of that stops Candace Owens and her fucking audience of drones from repeating shit that isn't real or doesn't matter. Now, this was a few years ago, probably 2022, she made that stupid series. And recently, Ben Shapiro has kind of picked up the baton, I'm guessing because all of the stuff that she wrote is still Daily Wire property, technically, so he could just recycle her talking points and try to get some of her edgy audience back.
The autopsy of George Floyd showed that he had no damage to his trachea,
That's okay. Jesus fucking Christ. It's just so evil. These people are just so evil. Sometimes I think about how much money I could make if I just threw away my morals and I just like went crazy and was like, "Oh, what if I turned into a grifter?" Like what if I just decide, what if I woke up tomorrow and I decided I was evil? I could be rich. I could make so much money. I could be the next Blair White. I would be unstoppable. These damn morals. These damn morals. Keeping me human. Yes. Jeb. It's 100% Jeb. I'm gonna plug stuff in. I'll be right back. Grab some water. Ugh, I'm back. I don't know if I was streaming at the time. I don't think I was. I don't know if I spoke about it, but a couple of weeks ago, I was just playing RuneScape, doing nothing, just, I think I was farming seaweed or something, and I just happened to be wearing the trans flag shirt, and some guy, like, ran up on me and started trying to fight me about my gender. I was like, dude, I'm just trying to play RuneScape. I've been here for 3 hours.
That probably George Floyd died of excited delirium.
Really fucking part of Candace's success at the Daily Wire was because of how much money they spent marketing to try to make her look like some kind of investigative journalist, when she has the investigative skills
That was
and
a call.
discernment of,
Yeah.
of like a 6-year-old. Now, around a year ago, Candace Owens and the Daily Wire parted ways, seemingly due to ideological differences on the apartheid state of Israel. Make no mistake, Candace Owens is far from being pro-Palestine. She's not even anti-apartheid. The only thing that comes up when you look up segregation on her YouTube channel is about how white people are discriminated against and how black people are inferior.
First off, an all-black dorm is racist, and this is my problem, is that somehow we've arrived suddenly into a place where black Americans are authoring the exact same thing that our ancestors fought to end. Discrimination, segregation, but we've made a spin on it and said, but this is a positive form of discrimination. This is a positive form of segregation because we're choosing it. It's wrong. It's just wrong. I mean, I don't see how you can't just plainly say an all-black dorm is racist.
Owens is a Catholic Christian nationalist. She wants America to be the Christian state. Owens directly associates every genocidal action the Israeli state and leadership engage with to Jewish people and Judaism in general, and in doing so intentionally and wrongfully paints all Jewish people as members of an inherently fascist, genocidal, warmongering, expansionist ideology. Kind of exactly what she does to Muslims. But this is also what, for example, Netanyahu also says about Judaism. According to the government of Israel, Israel does represent all Jewish people. A lot of Zionists say that, as a matter of fact, even though there are more Zionist Christians in America than there are Jewish people in the entire world. So, like, whose ideology is Zionism really? But don't worry about that. Candace Owens wants you to think that this is all Jewish people and this is all their fault. In my research, I have uncovered what I believe are 3 pretty valid strikes against Candace Owens, baseball style, that more or less represent her anti-Semitism and more covert political goals in general. Is that okay? Like and subscribe. One strike is from a campus speech she gave with Charlie Kirk and TPU
I love her. Like and subscribe.
USA in
Remember, subscribe or I'll know.
2018. The other two are from videos on her channel, one of which has been unfortunately deleted and paywalled. You have to be a Candace, what is it, a Candace member? You have to be a member of Candace Club to watch it on our website, Candace Club. But I saved it, and I'm not part of Candace Club. Sorry, Candace. Candace Owens has changed quite a bit as a political commentator over time. But I want to point out that her pushback to the Daily Wire's narrative on active genocide is not a product of her empathy or her historical analysis. It is, however, a convenient way for Candace Owens to distance herself from the material evidence of Israel's genocide and apartheid while appearing aesthetically consistent, at least to her stupid audience, when the only consistency really is villainizing Jewish people. So rather than coming out against imperialism or expansionism or settler terrorism, genocide, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, any of the actual material factors that have created the environment for Israel to do this genocide, she's got nothing to say about any of that. She moves on instead to the easiest thing to do: blame Jews. I mean, if I'm being honest, I think Candace just smelled more impressions in the Christ is King, Catholic, far-right, fascist, Nazi, booger-eating grift. It's an extremely online, extremely impressionable, extremely stupid demographic of people whose political ideology is basically incoherent. It's a pretty easy market for someone as cynical as Candace. And it allows Candace to say whatever's convenient for her to get clicks. She still gets to support Trump, who loves Israel, but you're never gonna hear her talk about that shit.
I'm not going to call this as a prediction, but in my opinion, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with a loss if I'm at 40%. If I'm at 4, think of it, that means 60% are voting for Kamala. Current polling has me with Jewish citizens, Jewish people that's supposed to love Israel. After having done all of that, having been the best president, the greatest president by far, a poll just came out. I'm at 40%.
And she also gets to run stories saturated with anti-Semitic conspiratorial narratives.
Oh, he's so wet in that clay. He's always wet. He's like juicy. He's like caked. All that makeup caked on his stupid fucking greasy face. Please, cholesterol, do your job. I'm begging. I'm begging, cholesterol. I'm not. That's not what I meant, and you know it. You're disgusting. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Might not disagree with the principles of
Shut up, both of you. That's not what I mean.
no states or apartheid. She's not going to tarnish her brand defending what is undeniably genocide. Instead, she'll blame the Jews at large for it, which is so dangerous. Also, just fucking wrong. Who's supplying the bombs, Candace? Who's doing the censorship? Who's giving diplomatic and political cover for Israel? And Candace may have tried this direction a little bit at the Daily Wire, or maybe pitched it to her higher-ups, and that might have led to the tensions that got her ousted. It could have also been hanging out with Kanye West while he was saying super anti-Semitic stuff.
Misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Ben Shapiro be like, I love the White Lives Matter stuff, but can you chill on the Jews? That's me. All right.
Kanye, holy shit. Kanye, what the fuck?
Strike one. At a
Wi-Fi disconnection survivor.
Titled An Evening with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens. Oh wait, this isn't even Turning Point USA, it's Turning Point UK. That's crazy. I didn't even know that existed.
I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
Look a different way. That's the opposite of what he wanted. The thing that I can at least appreciate about Candace is that she doesn't tiptoe around it. She'll just say, I'm down with Hitler.
Hitler was,
with Hitler.
yeah.
He's just a little too globalist. I love
Yeah, if Hitler wasn't a globalist, I would have been totally fine with him. Candace Owens, Jesus Christ.
Of saying this in the UK, by the way, like a country that was actually bombed by Nazi Germany. Come on, what if he just wanted to make Germany great again? He said he wanted to. Globalism is not what made Hitler invade Poland. Nationalism did that.
That's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
To her, it's not nationalism, and she knows all kinds of stuff. Also, Hitler still did the Holocaust in Germany. It did happen there too. Does that go without saying that you're not praising the Holocaust? I think you could elaborate a little bit. Yeah, strike one, that was a pretty straightforward fastball. Nothing fancy on it, no mustard. Put Candace Owens in the batter cage, lock it up, throw away the key. Listen, I know this is an old clip, I know it's really short, but it is kind of a damning statement.
But if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine.
It's really funny to make the equivalence to Donald Trump seemingly on accident. Maybe it's on purpose, I don't know. This is her perspective, and she does defend it. In this video, titled Literally Hitler, why can't we talk about him? I always forget what a fucking Harry Potter nerd Candace Owens is, but it makes me respect her even less than the Nazi stuff. You're literally saying Hitler is Voldemort. Grow up, dude.
Today we're going to keep the subject matter light. We're going to discuss Adolf Hitler.
I like that she did the dramatic gopher meme because she kind of looks like the dramatic gopher. Does her know that?
Literally Hitler is on the agenda because why can't we discuss him ever? We should. Plus, a Newsweek writer apparently has a death wish because he's written a piece entitled Taylor Swift is not a good role model. Plus, people are apparently upset with Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you guys remember him from the Kenosha, the BLM, the shooting? He got off. It was amazing.
Guys, today we're going to keep the subject matter light. Adolf Hitler and Taylor Swift. Kyle Rittenhouse. Tune in. Her podcast is just called Candace, not the Candace.
Do you remember when fucking Tobuscus interviewed Kyle Rittenhouse or like publicly supported him? Do you remember that? Remember when Toby Turner did that? Why did he do that? Yeah.
Hello once again, audience. Hope I didn't lose you yesterday because I posted a picture of me being with this fella by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse that my buddy was working with, and I really wanted to meet this kid. I was so excited. I wanted to meet him ever since I saw the whole video where he unfortunately took the lives of a couple convicted pedophiles. And he didn't go looking for that. They attacked him first. It's not like he's like a pedophile hunter. People should stop praising him for hunting pedophiles. He didn't even know. He didn't even know they were pedophiles. He probably thought they were black. No, he knew they were white. And they were maybe burning down the city, and there was no police. And this kid in this age where we were raised on video games goes out there. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna go on a mission and I'm gonna help people. Better than the alternative. I'm gonna go on a mission and I'm gonna loot Walmart and then I'm gonna burn it down and then I'm gonna burn down the buildings next to it and then I'm gonna beat up an old lady and then I'm gonna. How funny is it that we love? I mean, America or whatever, the world. You know, it's like we love heroes in movies, but when it comes to like police officers, we're like, they're not heroes. That's their job. Like, I mean, he's doing a heroic thing. He's protecting you. Maybe nobody likes police officers, right? Except RoboCop. He's really cool. Judge Dredd. Anyways, but the real life ones, nobody likes those. Okay, they're great, but there's some bad ones. Whatever. But that's just that's how it is.
Oh no! Oh no!
You fire those people, and get the better ones, and then you fund the make the people better. You want to fund them. You don't want to defund them.
Oh no, Toby!
It's just funny that we don't. For some reason, somehow people stop looking at it as like the guy that you call to help you, to save you from crazy criminals with blue hair or whatever. Nah, blue hair's nah. What do the blue-haired people do? They just scream. They just right? I don't know if they're actually violent. I have no idea what I'm talking. I love blue hair, by the way. It's cool. And I love hair dye and all that. It's awesome. But people with blue hair are crazy. But
Do you think he said a slur? Do you think he thinks? Dude, what do you think he thinks about trans people? Do we Google it? Do we find out? I need to know. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What is this? What is this? 1 year ago? Oh no. This can't be good. Oh.
A lady posted on X.
It was on X and they posted.
Yeah, Twitter.
Oh,
You did.
I thought you
Talking
were
about the no.
talking about
No.
on X.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah. So, anyway, so
Continue.
okay. So she posted that she thought you were transphobic.
Yo, check it. Pull up that tweet.
It's X.
Bring up that X post. Tell that young lady that I don't know what that word means, but I'm definitely not sure what that word means. Transphobia. I ain't afraid of nothing. Man, I don't even know what that is. Now here you try to tell me I'm afraid of some shit. Man, fuck that. I ain't afraid of nothing. Man, I ain't afraid of nothing. I ain't afraid of nothing. Spiders, tight spaces, high places. Fuck that. I ain't afraid of nothing. Not a single phobia on the list. I even been to a motherfucking therapist. I ain't afraid of nothing. Clowns, guns, swords, nothing.
Yeah, but you said you don't know what it means.
I ain't afraid of nothing.
Right.
Fuck that.
Right, but you said
I ain't afraid of nothing.
you're not phobic or scared of the idea of using surgery to transition to the opposite gender.
Hell no, motherfucker. I can do that shit in my sleep. Changing up my gender, that don't scare me.
Did you say changing your gender?
I ain't afraid of nothing.
You're not trans.
I ain't afraid of nothing.
I don't think you know what that means.
Definitely not. See if I can pay up front.
You're not doing this.
Oh, I will. I'm a book an appointment tomorrow, depending how I feel.
Oh, this is like deeply embarrassing.
Depending on how you feel. Hell yeah. Okay, you're just gonna make up some excuse, which is good. You shouldn't do this.
Now that you mentioned it, I am feeling under the weather a little bit.
Oh, what are the odds?
I ain't afraid of nothing. Man,
You are full of shit.
I think I'm getting sick. I hope I don't have to delay cutting out my.
You hope you don't have to delay. You should be in Ripley's Believe It or Not, and you would be one of the nots.
Man, being sick. That. I ain't afraid of nothing.
Oh. Oh. This sounds worse than the allegations. Incredible post. What? Oh.
Hello once again, audience. Holy crap! Oh, I hate these unedited videos. They're the worst. I can't say anything skirting along the line of anything at all. But I just heard this, I heard just, some stories about people talking about, trans kids, you know? And people get so worked up about kids that find out they're actually the other gender, or find out one of the you know, what is it, 86 plus the original 2, which are boring, like who wants to be those? But yeah, like 88 genders on Facebook. And if
What side is this guy on? I'm genuinely confused.
you want some doctor to help you realize your real identity, why not just have him pay him $20,000 to take a scalpel to whichever parts of your body need to fit who you really are?
Never mind. I know exactly which side he's on.
I always thought it would be, as a kid, I was like,
Never
I
mind.
want to be a lot stronger. I really feel like I'm not a nerd. I feel like I'm not a geeky nerd with glasses and braces.
Not the same thing. Not what a gender is.
I took them off. I took off my braces and I had nicer teeth, and I took off my glasses and shot lasers into them. And voila! Why shouldn't you be able to be a Pegasus and then put some big wings on and then fly around like a pony? Like a sky pony. My little sky pony. You know, unfortunately, I didn't realize that's what I was as a kid until much later. So I already went through human puberty. But I imagine we can help some of these kids by preventing their body from administering the hormones required for the development that only happens once in your life, like growing your connective tissue strength, growing your...
I mean, so puberty can actually happen more than once, as per an example. It does happen. Obviously, the idea would be to get in there before they have to go through puberty, because going through the wrong gender's puberty can be very traumatic and dysphoria inducing. And in order to minimize that, it's like, I don't even know where to go. It's just he doesn't know what trans healthcare is. And he has made up this guy, and he is angry at them, but that guy doesn't exist, and the thing he's mad about doesn't happen. And it's like, it's so frustrating to see people this willingly ignorant and stupid.
muscles, you know, lowering your voice, all these things that can't ever be undone once they're done once. I'm just saying, like, what's wrong with that? You know, and I know, like, we've tested, drugs are amazing, okay? We live in an amazing age. We somehow figured out how to make the you know, vaccine for, basically, for a virus that, you know, it's like the cold, the flu, like, you know, Fauci says. And we
Oh my god, are we slipping COVID denialism into this? What the fuck, Toby? Oh no. What happened to you, baby girl? What happened?
We all kind of thought that at first, but, you know, when he says it, we're like, oh, yeah, you're right. It's basically like it's even the same name as the cold virus, the coronavirus. It's one of them. There's a bunch of them. Anyway, but we finally figured out. Science has come so far in this age. Why should we not applaud the wonderful efforts of you know, Donald Trump funding this, pushing this medicine, and being like, let's just skip the mandatory 5 to 10 year wait period so we can get some long-term data. Why not skip that? We don't need the long-term data. We are so good at science now, we don't make mistakes at all. I mean, this is the age. Like, when
We have long-term data. Puberty blockers have been used for decades, and we have been studying them for decades. And on top of that, not only are puberty blockers proven to be safe, but they are still being prescribed to children that have precocious puberty or other, you know, similar conditions. As long as you're cis, you can get gender affirming care. You can get, you know, you have gynecomastia, you can get your breasts removed. If you know, if you're cis and you need whatever, like, then it's fine. But it's because they're trans, and that's what I'm saying. That's what it is. It is discrimination. It's very open and
hundreds of
shut.
millions of years up until now. Okay, let's not say hundreds of millions of years. Who knows? You know, maybe the Earth's 6,000 years. I don't know. I don't know or care. I don't care if it's round or flat. I don't care. I think it's probably round, but I don't offend anybody. It's pretty round. Here's a fun way to tell somebody that thinks it's flat that it's round. Buy him a plane ticket to the sun. I know. Buy him a plane ticket. And then at nighttime, this is expensive. At
This guy is just fucking saying whatever.
nighttime, be on the North Hemisphere. Show them the stars. Point out the North Star. Okay? Here's the thing about the North Star. It's to the magnetic north of us. Because it's so far north of Earth. Let's say if north continues throughout the, universe, the North Star is so, Polaris is so far above us, magnetic, right? Our poles, that's what north and south is, right? It's so far above us that as the Earth spins, the star is up here. It spins, and no matter what, that star barely moves at all. It just wiggles. You can see it always, and it always points north, because that's how far away it is and how far up above us it is, right? Cool, we have a North Star. So anywhere on the northern hemisphere, northern half of Earth, you can follow that star and you'll be going north. Now, buy them a plane ticket, and they'll go to the South Pole. There's no North Star at all. We did this experiment. You know, a lot of people do this experiment. No one seems to talk about it for some reason. Anyway, sorry. What were we talking about? Yeah, science.
How can you be like... How can you talk with moral superiority about people that believe in a stupid conspiracy theory, and then literally in the next breath you're about to extol a crazy conspiracy theory based on no evidence?
So in this age of the most incredible scientific things we've ever found, you know, we got electric cars, we got rocket ships that go to the moon for a reasonable price, we got touch screen phones that can send our image and likeness and voice across the world instantly. We even got touch screen phones that can make our image and likeness look like somebody else's image and likeness, and then send that image and likeness up. But obviously I can't even speak sentences. But the science is good. No, but we can send other people's images and likenesses around the world and call it a deep fake. That's the kind of technology we got.
What?
What a time to be alive. Anyways.
But that's all good stuff, right? That's all of the things that you're saying those are good, and science is good, and so is that not what? But then should you not believe that trans people are supported by science? What is happening?
Amazing things that we're discovering. You know, incredible things we never even imagined we would get here. You know.
Okay.
And then, like, after all this cool stuff happens, the computer stuff happens, the iPhones happen, and then decades and decades later,
what?
All of a sudden, a bunch of people on social media discovered, you know, Black Lives Matter. This guy, it's amazing. And so us looking back, we're like, what? I had no idea. No, but you know, all I'm saying is,
what are we talking about?
Stupid.
What?
Everybody's very brilliant right now. That's why we all have touchscreen phones. And if we just finally, for hundreds of millions of years, nobody knew there were more than two genders.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did, though. White people just didn't.
At the same time, we found out there's these 86 new genders that are now confirmed on Facebook. We also found this miraculous medical shot that makes us immune to the cold and the flu virus. You know, like vaccines by definition do in every case. You know, it's usually like a weakened virus, and it makes you immune to the virus in 90%, 99% of the cases. You can deny that if you want, but you can also look up the information and be like, oh, 99% or more of people are immune to the things that they were vaccinated against by being given a weakened virus. Sometimes that doesn't work. But in this case, it's called a vaccine, so that means that by definition it works.
What are you fucking saying? Shut up! What? People just always no, they don't. I mean, they either don't know that intersex people exist, or they're willingly being ignorant about them because they help to disprove their theory, right? Like, it's the same reason that a lot of the time, when people are anti-trans, they'll talk about trans women, but they won't talk about trans men at all because trans men don't fit their narrative most of the time.
Yeah, they changed the definition of vaccine. Oh, if they changed it last year, Webster changed it. Webster changed it. That's how good we are as a society, people.
What are you fucking saying?
Now we can discover 50 times the amounts of genders. No other animal has discovered their other genders.
How do you know that?
Way smarter than these things. Anyway, so why shouldn't a doctor be able to listen to a child who is, even the children of today are smarter than the Einsteins of the past. The child can look.
It's another thing of like conflating sex and gender. I think. I think he's like trying to say that. I don't think he understands what gender is, obviously, because these people genuinely don't. When you conflate sex and gender, obviously it's a lot easier to like poke holes at it and make it look stupid, but sex and gender aren't the same thing, so it doesn't really make any sense to criticize it that way.
Inside be like, hey, no, I'm a Pegasus. Like, how do you know? Because I'm a Pegasus. How do you know though? Because I was a Pegasus in my head, and I look down and I'm not a Pegasus, but I am. Have you been a Pegasus before? Yes. When? Now. You think now that you are a Pegasus now? Yes, I'm a...
You are making up a guy. This isn't a real thing. I don't even feel like you need to dismantle that. On top of the fact that like Pegasus isn't really a gender. I mean, unless you're using like neo-pronoun, neo-gender stuff, sure, do whatever you want. If you want to be a Pegasus, I don't really give a shit. But that's not even the point here, right? This doesn't make any sense. This isn't a real person. You're just making up a guy and then shadowboxing him and making yourself look stupid the whole time.
Pegasus now. And what makes you have the identifying things of the word Pegasus that defines the thing that you're identifying on? Yeah, not on the outside. Okay, on the inside you do. Yeah. So how do you even know what Pegasus feels like? Because I'm a Pegasus. All right.
That's not what trans people are. Tell me you've never spoken to a trans person without telling me that you've never spoken to a trans person.
God is weighing her off and make it into wings.
Show me one, Toby Turner, I challenge you to show me one person. Show me one person who got their wiener cut off as a child and now they regret it. Find them. Present them to me.
Give him some hooves. That'll be $100 million. Oh, what a value! My child's going to be so happy. He's going to be in the front page of Rolling Stone.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, cut my willy off and call me magical.
What?
I'm just happy that children are making decisions that are going to be with them the rest of their lives.
They're not.
You know, it really shows you how much children...
They're not. It's not how trans healthcare works. Children are not making the decision alone. Minors do not make the decision alone. If that is a decision that ever gets made for any kind of like invasive surgery. But even on top of that, children can consent to medical treatment. Otherwise, like, what if they need their gallbladder removed? Or their appendix? Can they not consent to that? It just...
Grown up. Back in my day, I couldn't even be a 6 and be like, and even understand that I wanted to put the pee-pee in the butthole.
Just because, okay. It's not even like worth deconstructing. Why did I put myself through this? I'm like, I'm genuinely sickened. Holy shit, how the mighty have fallen.
No clue.
This just makes me sad.
Clue that's what's on my mind. I was just thinking about math and science and history. I was thinking about friendship and basketball, football. I was just trying to be able to breathe with my asthma. I wasn't thinking about.
Oh, so you had like a medical condition that caused you distress, and so you went to a doctor and were diagnosed, and they provided you something that helped with your that helped you get relief from that condition that you had. So like you consented to a medical treatment in order to like take a medicine that made it so that it was more tolerable to live in your body. Wow. That's crazy.
What to do with the willy? I was just using it as an amazing.
Why are you thinking about children's wieners, Toby Turner? It's weird and you need to stop.
Tool I was blessed with that lets me stand up while I go number one. Kids these days are way smarter than kids in my day. We must have been so stupid back in my day. Back in my day, we would walk uphill in flip-flops with our willies intact, both ways. And none of us was able to talk about... Alright, bless your face.
Was able to talk about what, Toby? What were you gonna say? What went through your little brain there that you were too afraid to say? What happened? I don't want to watch his outro. Oh.
Owen's show. Not
Sickening.
Candace in the morning, and the intro is pictures of her, and the banner is pictures of her, and like two.
I'm like jumping like right into the video. By the way, I'm just going for it. I need to like cleanse my brain a little. That like genuinely made me upset.
Of her husband, but mostly her. Her as a baby, her pregnant with a baby, her doing that weird alien stare at the camera. God, she's super into herself. Okay, we haven't gotten to Hitler yet. She's praising Tucker Carlson and how he epically owned all these journalists by freaking out.
He was just giving it to the journalists because all of their questions were so predictable. And when they got on the subject of Russia, 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 because how could they resist themselves, Tucker had the best response. Take a listen.
Putin! Putin! I think you did strategically because you knew it's what we'd ask.
Putin! He's so bad!
And I also appreciate that.
Did he make you take the COVID shot?
Putin! That is exactly how a lot of us feel when they start hammering this Russia is bad narrative. Putin! And by the way, it's not just Putin. Putin! I am also so incredibly bored. I am exhausted. I am tired. I need a nap. When people start doing the Putin, the Nazi, and the, of course, literally Hitler comparisons. It's over. It's canceled. Please stop it. Literally Putin.
What an insane segue.
Oh,
I
Lord.
also need to talk about how I'm so tired.
Don't
I need a nap.
I make that a vocal sim.
It's canceled to say Hitler. Why can't we talk about Hitler? And the first thing she says about him is, don't even talk about him. You're canceled. I'm tired. There are plenty of people allowed to discuss Hitler, by the way. World War II historians, Holocaust scholars, people who aren't crazy.
The first time that I ever almost got canceled, it was because I was disgusted.
Almost? You didn't? Why are you complaining about it? Why are you bitching about it? It didn't happen. You're bitching about something that didn't happen. You didn't get canceled. You almost got canceled.
Seeing Adolf Hitler in an academic sense.
Candace You aren't an academic. Just because you were in a school doesn't make it an academic discussion.
True.
You don't know anything.
Actually, the subject wasn't even about Adolf Hitler. It was a question that was being asked of me. You remember this clip notoriously. They were asking about the word nationalism.
The question wasn't about Adolf Hitler.
They were talking about nationalism, so I obviously talked about Hitler and how cool he was.
Who brought him up?
They were asking about the word nationalism and why people are afraid of embracing the word nationalism. And I said that it was wrongly attributed to Adolf Hitler. And then BuzzFeed took me out of context. They made it seem as though I was saying Hitler was a good guy, which of course I wasn't. That's always a hoax when somebody is pretending that someone jumped up and said that.
I like that she has to phrase it like she was saying, oh, I would.
It's always a hoax. It's always a hoax when that happens. It's never true. Nobody really likes Hitler. We all just like him ironically. Oh, did you think we really liked Hitler? That's embarrassing.
Never say Hitler was a good guy.
Got ya.
His ambitions were pure.
And I even got blacklisted temporarily from Fox News until Stuart Varney was the first one who had me on his show. And we talked about the scandal, and he gave me a piece of advice. He said, you know, you should just never talk about Adolf Hitler. And at the time, I was so appreciative, but I reflect on that, and I'm like, what an absolute nonsense that is. Just that general idea, and that is a...
No, it's not... They're not saying that people in general should avoid talking about Hitler. They're saying you specifically should avoid talking about Hitler because you do bad things when you do that, and it's bad. You should not talk about Hitler, Candace. I think it's just you. Other people can. It's just not you.
Idea that permeates is that we are not allowed to discuss Adolf Hitler.
Oh my God, she thinks that this was advice for everybody.
Literally, I had the same brain cell. I love you, Eden.
You don't talk about Hitler.
Why? That is crazy.
This one random fucking Fox News guy said, don't talk about Hitler, and she was like, wow, this must be some kind of media conspiracy rule.
We have a visceral response when we hear his name. That's why I did the sound effect. Dun, dun, dun. Because they've turned him almost into Lord Voldemort. I don't know if you're a Harry Potter fan. I definitely was and am one. And this whole concept of a Dark Lord who should not be named. Adolf Hitler is he who should not be named.
Harry Potter came out after Hitler. I don't know if Candace actually like Dark Lord, evil, like fascist characters are based on Hitler. Saying that Voldemort is actually, it's kind of like saying the sun is like a light bulb. Like, I guess, yeah, it is like that in a way.
What's really interesting is that when you even discuss, you would assume
my
since that's
God.
the entire focus, the nucleus of our idea of who a bad person is. Step aside Satan because we've got Adolf Hitler.
She is saying that Hitler isn't as bad as they say, though.
My husband was like,
He's not that bad, guy. He's just... Hitler was just... He's just misunderstood. He's just a little guy. Candace, what the fuck are you saying?
why do Americans always use Adolf Hitler as if, you know, he was the #1 mass murderer of the 20th century? He wasn't. What is this extreme focus on Nazis and Adolf Hitler as the only comparison we can ever make?
Can we end this? This is canceled. Let's just not talk about World War II anymore. It's over. It's said and done with. Everyone who is involved and ever participated in it is pretty much dead. I think we get World War II. I think we get...
Like I said, it's because we have been indoctrinated and we actually know nothing about the person other than the fact that we must fear him.
Come on, guys. Hitler was a person, too. Let's get to know the guy before we judge him. Candace's angle here, at this point, is pretty predictable. Hitler wasn't the worst mass murderer of the 20th century because communism killed over 100 million billion. Yeah, Stalin did that.
I got out of the bubble of the American education system and I started recognizing these Soviet tactics of introducing...
I got out of the bubble of the American education system. I stopped listening to the people that were learning and trying to teach me things and decided to believe in lies instead. I just thought that was better because it sounded more like what I already thought. Are you fucking serious, bitch? What the fuck are you talking about? TikTok is my everything I need to know about Hitler I can learn on 4chan.
Really heavy concepts to kids while their brains are developing because you want to traumatize them. And you're traumatizing them because you want them to comply.
Yeah, teaching kids about World War II is traumatizing them. Even though we don't talk about Hitler, we can't do it.
What you want
can't do it.
In this case is Germany, Nazi, Hitler, the greatest evil that's ever happened on Earth, even though factually and statistically it is not.
Factually and statistically. What are the facts and statistics that point out that Hitler isn't the most evil?
The Allies ethnically cleansed 12 million Germans. Because when you say to people, okay, what is it about Hitler? Why is he the most evil?
Are you trying to say that when you kill them in the war and they die in the war, they got ethnically cleansed? Is that what when you shoot them with a gun because they're gonna try to shoot you? Is that Candace, you know that means that all war is ethnic cleansing, right? Like, you know that means that, like, you know that means that we ethnically cleansed, like, the Middle East. Right? Like, I mean, I agree with that take, but I don't think you do. I don't think you support that opinion. I'm just giving you a second here, Candace, to like get you yourself. I just yeesh.
Well, the first thing people would say is, well, an ethnic cleansing almost took place. And now I offer back, you mean like we
almost? It almost took place? Candace, do you think the Holocaust happened? You can tell me if you don't. You can tell me. I'll only laugh a little. No, I won't. I'll laugh a lot.
actually did to the Germans.
Almost took place. No, it did. Ethnic cleansing did happen during the Holocaust. I don't feel like that needs to be said, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Then Solomon
We need to stop being on the same exact page.
Morell, a Polish NKVD labor camp guard whose family was killed by Polish Nazi police in 1942, which Candace explains like this.
Sol Morell's an interesting character. He had some Soviet training, and then one day he just stood up on top of a table and said to these innocent German-speaking civilians, "I'm going to torture you because I don't know where my parents are," and they were put into camps. And then he began to torture these individuals who were completely guilty of nothing.
It's not even close to what happened, but okay. Candace Owens leaves this out completely, but not just Morell's parents died during World War II. Solomon Morell lost over 30 members of his family during the Holocaust. Morell was a Polish labor camp commander, and Candace Owens uses this fact to try to portray Morell as some like evil Stalinist demon.
When you start recognizing that they are intentionally telling Christians to shut up about the Christians that have been killed all across the world, they get very...
Oh gosh, I was just speaking about this with Agatha, and I think that Christians, like Christianity and Puritanicalism is like the basis of American society, more or less. And I genuinely believe that Christians have a persecution complex, especially when it comes to like white men. They have this like they have it like is the basis of fascism, is that like they are both unstoppably strong and super amazingly cool, but also their enemies are impossibly evil and cannot be defeated. Because you get sold this lie, right? White men especially get sold the lie of the American dream. And then they're like made to feel bad that they don't live up to that expectation, even though that's the point. And then instead of like taking a moment to reflect and, you know, go to therapy or like attempt to make the world a better place, instead they just decide that it can't possibly be their fault because Christianity in general gives kind of an externalization of blame for a lot of like bad things that happen to you. Right? It's kind of like if a bad thing happens to you, it's like God's plan. He's testing you. Or also like it could be like temptation from like sin. All of that evil like comes into you, and you have to like be the cool, strong guy who doesn't like give in to the temptations. But I mean, that's not really the truth, right? And so you always get the people talking about, oh, Christians getting killed all over the world, but like that's not really happening, right? Not anymore, at least, especially in the U.S., right? The Christianity is like in charge, and I don't know if it like knows how to reckon with that, like the concept of being top dog, because it's a religion based on persecution, like the being persecuted.
When you know stuff that they did not put into your book when you were in middle school to traumatize you into compliance of believing that the only bad people ever, there's only two of them, by the way, Putin and Adolf Hitler.
When like the reality of
Yeah, and again, it's the the externalization of that blame, because it's like other people are doing it to you. You're getting attacked from all sides. Like it discourages introspection and internalization and synthesis. He goes to a different school, right? Yeah, he's discriminated against for his beliefs, right? A lot of that's I think why they're so big on like the woke thing, because they're like, oh, we just don't. They're coming for us. They're trying to cancel us. They're trying to, because they can't like say they're getting persecuted in a way that's like they're not gonna kill you, right? They're not gonna, but they're threatening my safety. They're threatening my property. They're threatening my, it's the grinding gears of capitalism.
post-war Europe was so much more complicated than that.
General George Patton Jr., you're probably familiar with his name because he was a very decorated U.S. general in World War II who led the Third Army, both in France and in Germany. Well, post-war, they appointed him as the military governor in Bavaria, and he led denazification efforts, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to denazify the territory. That's a great effort. He said, quote, "We may have been fighting the wrong enemy all along, but while we're here, we should go after the bastards now, because we're going to have to fight them eventually." He's referring to the Soviets.
Yeah, I guess Candace just fully agrees with the we're fighting the wrong enemy shit when talking about the Nazis in post-war Europe. Of course, because of how sadistic the Soviets were. Now, Candace claims that 12 million Germans were ethnically cleansed from Eastern Europe. The German Historical Museum puts the number at around 600,000, which is significantly less than what Candace said.
They hadn't even voted for Adolf Hitler, had nothing to do with anything, but they had to die. So yeah, if that's what your concern is, if you're worried about camps, we did that. If you're worried about ethnic cleansing, we did that. Don't even get me started on the camps that we forced our own American citizens into following Pearl Harbor.
So that's bad, right? Is that we shouldn't put people into camps? So you're saying we shouldn't like round up all of these illegal immigrants and send them to a camp where they would be tortured, especially if they're citizens? Especially if they shouldn't be discriminated against, like you're saying. That's what you're saying, or you're saying you agree with that? I don't know if you agree with that, Candace.
Yep, that's a thing as well. Of course, you remember that.
Candace then cynically brings up Asian American internment during World War II in America, as if she doesn't regularly deny that America is a racist country. I don't even know why she brought this up. We still have concentration camps to this day, from ICE facilities to fucking Sakat in El Salvador.
But then you move on to the experimentation. Yes, of course, that's been
She's so beautiful, and she has exactly the same brain as me. That's not true, but we're thinking the same thoughts about this specific thing. Makes me feel good that my idols think the things that I think. At least when it comes to this specific thing.
Embedded into our minds. The Nazis experimented on innocent people. Candace, come on, that's the difference. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I'm like the idea that they just like cut a human up and then sewed them back together.
Bo, that is extremely sweet. Thank you very, very much.
Why would you do that?
Candace Owens starts having a shower argument just with herself and somehow manages to put herself in a corner because she just can't help herself but question if Nazi experiments ever even happened. Why would you even do that? Sounds weird to me.
Why would you do that? Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. Just slice a person in half and sew them together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda. But let's just go with it. Let's say that's.
So you're saying that the
True.
Nazis didn't
I
do
cannot
that?
think of a reason why you would do this, so it must never happen. Like, America did unethical experimentation during the 40s too. It was the 40s. Japan did it in China during World War II. There was a lot of race science and a lot of people looking to justify race science by cutting people into pieces and torturing them.
Okay, that experimentation is the thing that sets the
You're so
Nazis
based.
apart. Well, why did we bring them all over here thereafter? What was Operation Paperclip? We took all of those top Nazi scientists and we
Yeah, and that's bad, right? Like, you think that was bad?
brought them to America. I wonder why we did that. Maybe for a little more experimentation.
Because America is an evil imperialist nation? Is that where you're going with this? I'm genuinely confused where the conclusion is going to go.
Candace brings up Operation Paperclip, which was the mass onboarding of Nazi scientists into the American space program. So now that the Nazis are in the American government, she believes the experiments happened. But when the Nazis just did it on their own, then, oh, I don't know, that just sounds weird.
Oh, but Candace, the Nazis murdered people with special needs.
What?
You heard of Planned Parenthood?
Sponsored by
What?
Financing.
What?
Loans refinanced, use...
Holy shit. That's a claim.
Code Hitler today. Then Candace picks up this book about the CIA and starts reading about heinous experimentation the government engaged in during the 1960s, which I believe happened. But for some reason, so does Candace.
In 1968, CIA scientists at the Bien Hoa prison outside Saigon surgically opened the skulls of 3 prisoners, implanted electrodes on their brains, gave them daggers, and left them alone in a room. They wanted to shock the prisoners into killing one another. But when the efforts failed, the prisoners were shot and their bodies were burned. Why would you do that?
So wait, when she's talking about CIA experiments, all of a sudden she can whip out a book. But when
What?
she's talking about Nazi experiments, she's like, oh, that doesn't sound right. I don't know. What about this is so easy to believe that's hard to believe about Nazi experiments?
But there, of course, if we do it, it's different. It's different because we're not literally.
Yeah, but that's... What? But those are both bad things. Right? Like, that's... I do think those are both bad. Do you not think it's bad when we do it? I'm confused. I genuinely don't know what the tone is.
Hitler, we drop bombs in entire populations. We firebomb Christians. We drop a nuke on praying
We
Catholics.
firebomb Christians. What?
Okay, now Candace has completely lost me. She's trying to make it like a one side or the other thing, like Hitler or the Allies, and Hitler is actually the good guy and the Allies are actually the bad guy. But the whole reason people say literally Hitler is because America does the same things Hitler did. According to Candace, because Nazi Germany never bombed praying Catholics, they're better than America. By the way, I think she also got this from Wikipedia. I think she goes to Wikipedia pages for conflicts America has been involved in and Control F searches Catholic. Because when you do that exact thing for the Wikipedia page for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the page describes how there was a church around 500 meters away from the initial blast at Nagasaki, but it wasn't the deliberate target. The whole area was the target. It's a nuke. The blast radius is 1.6 kilometers. There's all kinds of shit in that radius. The part that matters the most is that it was a civilian area, rather than the fact that there happened to be Catholics there. I'm sure there was all kinds of people there. Also, they rebuilt the church, so not really an excuse for the Nazis or whatever.
The crime is not actually dropping a bomb on praying civilians in Nagasaki. That's not the crime. The crime is not firebombing people through Ash Wednesday in Dresden who were civilians, children. No, that's not the crime. The crime is you knowing. It's me knowing. That's the real problem.
Candace's point is that
America is bad and they did things that the Nazis did, but the Nazis are good, actually? Is that what she's trying to say?
America's bad because it's anti-Christian, and Hitler was never anti-Christian. But don't say she's saying Hitler's good. She's just saying America's bad, and Hitler didn't do the thing that America is bad for. The real villain is the Soviet Union.
Right.
Okay?
They get real upset when you talk about the Bolsheviks. You want to know why? Because the Bolsheviks were never brought to heel.
What?
The Bolsheviks never had to face trials. There were no Nuremberg trials for the Bolsheviks. In fact, many of them came to America, and many of them are in positions of power right now.
The Bolsheviks from 1917? So she is a Nazi. This is Nazi talking points, just word for word. Candace is trying so hard to make Christian a victimized identity that she could do like a...
Sorry, what were the... Yeah. Okay.
reverse
Fair enough,
vengeance genocide against Jewish people if she can blame them for Christians being killed. I think that's her plan here. And it's super fucked up. And in the process, she's continually sanitizing Nazis and Hitler.
If you're looking for people that behave like literally Hitler, it ain't me, buddy.
Candace's consistent conflation of communist and Bolshevik really betrays her attempt at plausible deniability. When she says Bolshevist, she really does mean Jewish.
And I was very interested in learning about the Bolsheviks and the Soviets because I think they are the most hideous people in the entire world. They brought every ill that we're fighting in society today. I actually think we're fighting communism in America today, and we're fighting socialists in America today because of the fact that we never really defeated the Soviets. Instead, we locked arms with them.
Like, I've described Candace as cynical a couple of times in this video, but at a certain point, it's just insidious.
We never really defeated the Soviets. Instead, we locked arms with them. What was Operation Paperclip? We took all of those top Nazi scientists and we brought them to America. I wonder why we did that.
The level of historical revisionism, cherry-picked data, hinging heavily on a presumed sympathy for fascists. It's all incredibly disturbing and incredibly anti-Semitic. Strike 2, Candace. That's a big one. That was a long one. Strike 2, Hopfly, Roundhouse. Strike 3 is not that much better than the last one.
Oh,
but
God.
It is a little mysterious because the video's been deleted and Candace was actually banned for posting this.
Oh, God.
I don't also get banned for talking about it. Before Candace was fired from the Daily Wire, she went out on stage with Kanye West in a shirt that read "White Lives Matter." And this was the beginning of a relationship between the two. Ultimately, Candace was using Kanye for financial benefit, but still, apparently they hit it off and made some content together. This interview got her banned, not the one with the, alleged human trafficker.
One of my habits now.
Reasons, but this of course made her and Kanye very angry. So they recorded an interview anyway by themselves in the middle of the night, and Candace waited until she had her own platform to finally post it. And then it got deleted for hate speech. Candace prefaces the video whining about how what was happening at the time was really hard on her.
It was the toughest moment in my entire career. I had never felt more pressure externally from the media and from friends for me to condemn Ye.
Which is weird because all she had to do was not do the things that she was doing. The interview starts with Kanye and Candace talking about how they should start a Godcast, which is kind of like a podcast, but...
Why does Kanye get to change his name to Ye, but I can't change my name? Why does he get to do it? Why does this cis guy get to do the thing I want to do, but I can't do it? That's what I'm saying, that's the things they're not thinking about.
With God in it, because they don't say God enough in the media.
We were talking about doing a Godcast for a while, actually. This works. Why did the word Godcast come to you?
Rival podcast. They had God in it.
Okay. So it's an ego thing. People will say, oh, Yay, Yeezus, Godcast. Is there any messaging in that?
Just the more we could say God, the better. The more we can say God in the media, the better.
Yeah.
We're off to a really good start. Less than 10 minutes into watching this interview, this creeping feeling started taking over my heart and mind. A feeling that this was less of a professional interview and more of a manic, narcissistic yap session. I was right.
There's something about you and I coming together that the media cannot stand.
Right.
It's actually fascinating to me. I called you super stressed out 3 nights ago. And I was just like, what the heck am I going through right now?
The media just can't handle them being together. They just can't handle them hanging out all the time.
They just,
I don't know if that's it, or if it's maybe more the things that they say, with their mouths. Laundering responsibility for the things you say onto the media being
Again, it's the externalization, right? It's the externalization of that blame instead of introspecting and saying it could be a mistake that I'm making. It's someone else coming to take away something from you because they're persecuted against, because they want to destroy us because we're Christians, because evil wants to destroy us, because we are good. We're Christians, we're good, and therefore anything we believe and want is good, and anything coming against us is bad. The evil wants to destroy us. The devil wants to destroy us.
At you or something, I guess is a really great way to say that none of this is your fault and you're really the victim and you're a sweet little baby that is being tormented by the world. You did nothing wrong and everything's gonna be okay.
I'm so happy because I have this freedom from beholding to these brands that say we only rock with you under these conditions. Like, we can have you be a black person, but only a black person that says that's wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt.
Yeah, brands usually only want to rock with you on the conditions that you don't believe in like Jewish funded white genocide, at least openly.
The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate. 50% of black deaths a year is actually abortion. You
What?
don't see the Jewish divorce rate.
What the fuck? 50% of black deaths every year is abortion? What the fuck are you talking about? That's like ridiculous.
At the level of 70 something, you said the percent of black moms raising their kids by themselves. You don't see Jewish people shooting each other down in the street.
But where are the just straight up repeating talking points, like the myth of the missing father for black people, first of all, like statistically, just a racist myth that has been like pushed out. But also, like, if black folks are not being raised by a father, where's the father? Are they in prison for like for preventable drug crime? Like they had an ounce of weed? I've got an ounce of weed. Should I go to jail forever? It's like inability to deconstruct.
On World Star and then rapping about it.
Maybe someone from the CIA told him this. I don't know how else he would come to this conclusion or even care about this.
When I said DEFCON 3, I didn't get an opportunity to say what that meant, but it meant I'm going to call out all these things that have been done to me specifically by Jewish people.
Jesus
that so happen to be
Christ.
businessmen or businesswomen, but still it was done by Jewish people to me, to the darker Jew.
He was about to go in on all the stuff Jewish people have done to him. He doesn't really say what they've done or who it was or why being Jewish has anything to do with it.
Doug Charney said, hey, I want to take you to the Holocaust Museum. And I said, I want you to go to our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood. Like, we're
What?
still in the Holocaust. 6 million Jewish people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million darker Jews, black people, have been aborted.
Comparing
That's insane. To compare, oh my fucking god, that's what the fuck? And she's just like sitting there being like, uh-huh.
Holocaust to abortion, Candace Owens' favorite fucking thing to do. This is directly evangelical Christian nationalist propaganda. Propaganda that tells people to treat women like criminals for getting abortion.
You can't even Google, like when you Google Jewish abortion rate, it'll be one piece of information. The next information is like from 4 years ago or something. There's no information about it.
High abortion rate is because of fucking poverty. Because kids are too expensive. Because the cost of living is too high. And
Yeah, like
black people are at the forefront of gentrification. Kanye says he's tried to have this conversation with Jewish people. Whoever.
he's just it's insane to see somebody so blown out of touch. Just so impossibly blown out of touch that they like, and I don't know. I don't feel like it gets to the point where like you can blame. Like, I know some people will be like, oh, he's got schizophrenia, he's got whatever, but I don't know if you can blame anything that's coming out of his mouth on being mentally ill. I feel like maybe he's just a shithead. Every day. That's so sad. Oh, that really sucks. Never meet your heroes.
If I fail by attempting to have a conversation with a Jewish person about the abortion rate, they want to allow the conversation to be had. That's why I said, hey, I'm me tooing the Jewish race.
Candace Owens doesn't
What,
even like
Merlin?
She thinks
Crying?
Harvey Weinstein's fucking innocent. I'm about 20 minutes in. I think Candace has said like 3 fucking
Meow.
sentences. This whole podcast is so annoying because Kanye just keeps going and interrupting himself mid-sentence to go on another tirade or talk about another story. He's unstable. She's using him for views. It's a very gross relationship going on here. But it really just amounts to Candace Owens staring as Kanye says some really anti-Semitic, really anti-black shit. And then he starts asking people to give him some
And she's
respect.
just like, yeah, whatever, man. It really is interesting to see how low people will go when money is involved. It's so fun. Like, not fun. Fun is not the right word. Or funny. It's just fucking crazy to me. Again, I mentioned, I said the other day, I said earlier, I could be unstoppable. I could turn into a grifter, and I would be so powerful, but I won't because I have morals.
For being brave enough to say all this out loud. And he's right. No one is calling him brave. That is crazy.
People got to put some respect on the fact that I'm actually brave enough to say this out loud.
Uh-huh.
Like, that's what's lit. That's what God is inside of me. That's why I feel so good to be used.
Kanye and Candace start talking about executive
Kanye, I also think it feels good to be used, but I think we're talking about different things.
in the music industry and in Hollywood in general. And they talk a lot about how, you know, almost every executive is Jewish and they control these industries when that's not really true.
And my thing about the media, the majority of the media, over 50% of the media, at least it's probably 80%, but over 50% of the media is run by Jewish executives, and they allow
What the fuck are you saying, Kanye?
all of this abortion-driven content that more affects the darker Jew, the black people, more than any other race.
But if you started singling out every person in entertainment who was Irish, you'd get a lot of fucking people. And there's no Irish conspiracy to control entertainment. Now, I am saying that as an Irish person.
That's why I say the Jewish people have bought the black voice.
And that's what you meant by it, is that they're disproportionately represented in media, and so if something that you say
What the
is something
fuck?
that they don't like, they won't allow you to have it said. That's what you meant. That's getting more specific.
I just don't even know what he means by this. He says so much shit in this interview that just doesn't make any sense. It's like he just wanted it to be a headline. He wanted to say like the most clickbaitable shit. It's so fucking annoying. Like literally the next thing he says is comparing a woman going through sexual abuse and having resentment for men to having gone through the music industry.
A woman can be scarred by men just off of one bad experience with a man.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it might be a 6-year-old girl that has an experience she shouldn't have had with an
What
uncle.
the fuck are you
And
talking
that
about?
woman ends up being a stripper or, you know, disliking men. So imagine if that woman had that experience with 10 men, right? So I can tell you I've had 10 bad experiences with Jewish execs. So
Fuck.
if that woman had that experience with 10 men, she may say this term.
Yeah, PTSD is when people don't like me. Oh my god.
Men are all the same. She could sing it. She could say it.
It's not even close to the same thing. Dude, this interview is so fucked up.
And imagine if she was just like beautiful. Like if she had like the face of Irina Shayk or the body of Candace Swanepoel or the body of Kim or something like that, right? It's
like she could have the body of Kim or something like that. My ex-wife who left me. It's really funny to say this to Candace Owens, by the way, who if someone did hate men because of their previous experiences being sexually exploited or abused, Candace would immediately deny that person's feelings. She would say, "How so much for the tolerant left, but you're a fake feminist because you don't love everybody."
Oh,
If you
Jesus.
use this argument here, she wouldn't agree.
I'm at a place where I'm like, I'm not going to talk specifically to Jewish businessmen because the Jewish businessmen are the ones who have done the things to me, to hurt me, and to hurt my friends.
What the fuck is he saying? I don't talk to Italian businessmen. I don't trust them. What if they're in the mafia? Like, that would be more of a realistic prejudice than not talking to Jewish people because you think they're gonna, I don't know, screw you over or take advantage of you. He hasn't even explained, like, what they've done to him. Bad experiences. I tried to show him porn and he didn't like it.
The funny thing about the Jewish media is I have their attention. They love me. They always love me. I have their
So
attention.
you're referring to media executives. So like,
Executives, yeah.
yeah, so like TMZ.
What the
or
fuck is this
Harvard,
camera
like,
angle?
Hollywood publication that would like be writing about you all the time.
TMZ's always reporting on Kanye. They report on everything. Saying that an outlet is like is Jewish media because the CEO or whatever happens to be Jewish is fucking crazy, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
This is anti-Semitism.
Holy shit.
This is really fucking gross. This video did deserve to get banned, I'll say it. Candace Owens recites a really long excerpt from a Jay-Z song.
Truth be told, I'd probably be lyrically Talib Kweli. Truthfully, I want to rhyme like common sense, but I did 5 mil, and I ain't been rhyming like common sense. When your sense got that much in common, and you've been hustling since, the only perception for perception go with what makes sense. Since I know what I'm up against, we as rappers must
He's like
decide what's
asleep.
most important, and I can't help the poor if I'm one of them. So I got rich and gave back. To me, that's the win-win.
To make some stupid point that I don't care about, and Kanye's not listening at all till he asks.
And what record label was he on that helped influence that decision? It was a Jewish record label.
Okay, what was it? I don't know. See, I don't know the industry.
Universal, Def Jam.
Yeah,
you
Def
know,
Jam. He was definitely
a Jewish and French, because you got Vivendi
Mhm.
that owns Universal.
Jesus
French,
Christ.
That's super colonizers. Like French, the French own 80% of African banks.
He's literally just sitting there dissociating. Whenever he's not talking, he's just off. He does not care. It's insane.
He's right about the French. What the fuck? What does that have to do with Jewish? I hate this. I hate when they talk about things that are true a little bit. Kanye says there's an argument in the Jewish media on whether or not to give him a platform. I don't think there's any examples of this. I don't think he has any inside information or anecdote even.
It's a balance. It's like an argument that's happening inside of the Jewish media right now. Like, do we give him the platform? Do we not give him the platform?
Because not giving you the platform is almost proving your point.
What?
So if you have a Jewish executive who makes a decision that you're not allowed to be on the platform, then you go, okay, well, you prove my point, right? Whereas
That's
if
what
you had
happened. That's why we're in your house right now, because they wouldn't let us talk on Daily Wire, specifically for me having the claim, the possibility that the darker Jew known as blacks that came from Africa could possibly be Israelites, that could possibly be Jew.
And the only example Kanye has is literally the Daily Wire not letting them do this interview.
What the
and they shouldn't have.
fuck?
It sucks balls. It's a bad interview.
If people could be
Jesus
transgender, why
Christ.
couldn't they be trans race?
What?
Define who you are.
Rachel Dolezal was trans race. She got her
What?
own fan. She's not deplatformed.
If people can be transgender, why can't they be trans race? It's so disingenuous for Candace to agree with that.
What?
Candace, if a fucking purple-haired SJW said this to you, you would start foaming at the mouth. But Kanye West says it, well, maybe he's got a point. Maybe he is Jew. I'm skipping a bunch of this because a lot of the
What the fuck?
podcast is just unintelligible rambling. It's just a fucking hodgepodge grab bag of anything and everything. All of it being anti-Semitic, slanted to the right, fascistic, chauvinistic,
friend.
misogynistic,
He's
and anti-black.
visiting.
And I finally skipped to the part where it gets good, where I could finally share a little bit of my expertise. Kanye West is talking about making a podcast where he and Candace Owens play video games.
Oh
I don't know
no.
what God's plan is for me. A Norseman, they fight to the death, but I'm willing. I'm willing to give my life for what God calls me to do.
Uh-huh.
I think it'd be cool to have a podcast where we're playing video games on a really big screen and then we're just talking. Imagine being able to even attract the entire video game community as voters.
Dude, imagine if you could unite all gamers to vote.
Right.
Amazing.
On the Parlor too.
Wait, ew! She was like, get them onto Parlor too. The gamers like me. Ew, ew.
Attract them onto Parlor too. But it's true, yeah. They like me, by the way. The gamers love
The
Candace.
gamers
Owens.
love Candace
If
Owens.
you don't remember, this is in 2022, and this is around the time that Candace Owens is trying to sell her husband's free speech platform, Parler, which is crawling, or at least was, crawling with Nazis and MAGA freaks. They were trying to sell that website to Kanye West at the time. I think Candace
Lord.
is trying to pitch Parler here.
The original Me Too was Gamergate, but that's a way deeper, lower thing that people can't even talk
Jesus
about. The
fucking
gamers get what I
Christ.
just said with that. But that was the original Me Too, and that's what brought me to my awakening. So I like the gamer community.
What?
Original Me Too was Gamergate?
What are you fucking talking about?
Because in Candace's mind, Me Too is an unjustifiable, reactionary, hypersensitive movement, jailing men for crimes they never committed or accosting them for things they never did or said. Just like I guess Gamergate was an unjustifiable campaign of harassing women journalists for things they never said and they didn't even do anything wrong and they didn't deserve it. I guess that's what Candace Owens is saying.
The only thing is, like, what game do we play? That's a serious question.
Life, the game of life.
No, it has to be like a good video game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to be one of the old ones. Like, it has to be like Donkey Kong or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to play freaking Grand Theft Auto.
I'm not big Grand Theft. I mean, life is Grand Theft Auto. I'm not. We're in Grand Theft Auto.
Right.
What
That's
the
the
fuck?
closest to the simulation.
What?
Of our life. That and the Bible itself.
Wait, Grand Theft Auto is the closest simulation to life. That and the Bible. Ideally, this podcast isn't so bad after
Oh,
all.
what the fuck are you talking about?
Where this Godcast or this Sleepycast or this Dreamcast can go. You know, I'm like ideating and envisioning the next frontier of where this is, but I'm just overwhelmed by what, you know, God has done for me today. I'm happier than I've ever been.
All right, guys, so there you have it. So many thoughts probably racing through your head.
What a way to end it. Who knows how long it drug on for after that.
Jesus
they really
Christ.
shouldn't have posted this. It is so fucking unprofessional. I haven't even mentioned how there's like 3 or 4 different camera angles and none of them make any fucking sense.
I was gonna say,
We
yeah.
talk so many times about doing this as like a regular thing, starting like a media venture podcast together. That never happened.
I'm grateful to God for it because it was kind of the eye of the storm. And I think a lot of the stuff that he said was extremely valid.
I'm sure she remembers it and was listening. The first time I watched this podcast, interview, Godcast, Let's Play, I walked away from it kind of grossed out, a little icked. Like, Candace is clearly exploiting somebody who is unstable. I
Right.
guess just permanently now. It's been years at this point of Kanye acting like this. He is responsible for himself past a certain point. And not
Right,
only do I feel
yeah.
like Candace is preying on Kanye for the opportunity to make money from the views and the sponsorships she put on this fucking video.
I am protecting my savings with gold and silver. You probably heard me talk about my newest partner, Goldco. They've helped me buy precious metals, and they couldn't have made the process any easier. Right now, all you have to do is make a minimum $15,000 cash purchase, and you'll get a 5% instant match in bonus silver.
But like I said, she was trying
Just-
to sell
just buy
her husband's
15
social media app.
Just buy $15,000 worth of silver. Just buy it. Just buy it and bury it in your house. That's what you need, is you need $15,000 in silver bullion.
Kanye at the time. And this would have been like a multi-million-dollar deal. So Candace did actually get banned for a week from uploading on YouTube at all because of this interview. Because they say the Jews control the media like fucking 7 times. To my surprise, Candace actually didn't speak a lot about being banned, at least not publicly. She gave a little interview on some random podcast about it and made a tweet. There will be no show today or at all this week. That's because YouTube has issued me a strike and a 1-week suspension for my sit-down with Kanye. They also removed the interview as hate speech as it was mass reported by Zionists. Their tactics never change. All who watched that podcast know that Ye was calm and filled with love, speaking about the world coming together to defeat evil.
I'm me-tooing the Jewish race.
2.5 million people watched my debate with Rabbi Shmuley last week. That's a different video, actually. The world knows why I'm being targeted.
You cannot say that.
And frankly, I've never felt more confident that I'm the right person for this to happen. This is Candace covering for her own
Lord.
anti-Semitism and Kanye's anti-Semitism by claiming Zionists are the ones who would have a problem with Kanye saying Jews control the media, especially using Zionist in this context. It's definitionally anti-Semitic. It's fucked up. It's dangerous. In this podcast are 2 Christians who don't exactly have the fucking Palestinian struggle at top of mind.
Yeah.
They are channeling their own grievances through a lens of anti-Semitism because they think Jewish people have screwed them over. And it can't be because of things that they've said or they've done or how they fucking suck ass. It's gotta be Jews' fault. But I don't know, Candace and Kanye really didn't have a lot of time to touch on geopolitical issues because they were too busy talking about fucking gamers and video games.
Dreamcast. Dreamcast. I used to like that. It was like Sega had a Dreamcast.
Yeah, I know. I used to play on it, Sonic.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Sonic too.
Sonic is just a bomb game. That and Donkey Kong on Nintendo.
Why didn't Candace mention that in their response? Guys, we were making a Godcast. The critique from the Kanye West interview in a video titled "Russell Brand and I are going to break the internet."
Candace Owens loves Sonic. At least she has one good opinion.
The Holocaust revisionism, says she's not a denier. She's more of a flipper. Holocaust flipper. The actual Holocaust that Hitler did didn't matter that much. The Germans went through way more at the hands of Stalin.
Today, the Zionist media is trying to convince the public that I'm worse than a flat earther. I'm, you guessed it, a Holocaust denier.
But Candace
No.
very firmly tries to paint
No.
Christians throughout history
Down,
as
Bo.
consistently victimized by the Allied
Splashes
power
you with
of the
holy
United
water.
States or Western forces.
Christians are always the bad guys. Every time you learn about Christian history, we're always the bad guys. You learn about the Spanish Inquisition, we're lied about what actually took place then, because it makes Catholics and Christians look bad. I am just very passionate now about using my platform to awaken Christians around the world.
That is so ahistorical. It doesn't even.
Bo, by the way, I saw the I checked Blue Sky real quick and I saw your post you mentioned earlier too that I won the raffle, which awesome. Fucking hell yeah. Do you want to like plan something for that, or like I don't know exactly like what I win, like is it a full piece or like what is it? I'd be happy to give you full artistic freedom if you just want to like fuck around. I don't really I trust you. I think you're really funny. It's what they asked for to the best of my ability.
It makes sense. She blames Zionist media multiple times for censoring.
I want you to have
We have a
fun.
cell of Zionist media. We have people that are working to further the interests of Israel, and that is why they keep taking me out of context.
I think what you're talking about is that every piece of what you have created has been owned by a Jewish executive, and that there's a disproportionate amount of Jewish executives in Hollywood. Like if I was going to get my nails done, I might say there's disproportionate amount of Vietnamese people wearing the nail salons. You know what I'm saying?
She is back on the Nagasaki shit, saying it was the most Christian city in Japan, as if that's why we nuked it.
At 11:02 a.m., when the bomb was dropped on the cathedral, Nagasaki was the most Christian city in Japan.
And it was only bad to nuke Hiroshima and Nagasaki because Christians died. Candace
Yeah.
ends this segment in a really fucking disgusting way, calling back to the story of unmarked graves found at Canadian residential schools, calling it a hoax, and calling
Jesus
it blood
Christ.
libel against Catholics.
Oh
She said
my
that they had
God.
a mass grave that was containing the remains of indigenous children that they allegedly discovered beneath a Catholic church, right? So they were like, oh, this used to be a government boarding school run by the Catholic Church. We just dug up these bones of the indigenous people, so now we realize that Catholics were mass murdering indigenous people. Guess what? That entire story turned out to be a hoax. I think the term that people like to use is a blood libel against Christians.
It's not a hoax.
That's
It's
also
even
not the
close to
words
blood
people
libel. And what
use.
Candace is doing is fucking genocide denial. Again, I'm not a Holocaust denier. I don't think any genocide happened except to Christians, apparently. Like, the residential schools in Canada fostered rampant sexual and physical abuse. They absolutely killed children directly and via neglect, and they absolutely buried them on the grounds of those fucking schools. This isn't a hoax. But Candace has to constantly portray Christians and Catholics as victims. The biggest victims historically. I guess to justify right-wing oppression as a sort of vengeance campaign. And that is one of the major differences between someone like Candace and any anti-Zionist you would come across. Anti-Zionists oppose all genocide. They say never again, when Candace Owens and people like her say, when is it our turn? Literally no different from fucking Netanyahu or Ben-Gvir. Strike 4, strike 5, you're fired from baseball. Candace's anti-Semitic propaganda serves two primary functions for her political goal. She wants to sanitize the legacy of the Nazis and Hitler while erasing the Holocaust. And she does this because, well, she doesn't like Jews, and she does like Nazis. Part of it really is that simple, I think. She and Israel both do this with the explicit intent to endanger Jews outside of Israel and to otherize Jews in their own communities, regardless of their individual feelings on Israel. And long term, I think the intention is to pressure Jewish people out of Western countries and into Israel, the place for Jews. Like, that is terrifying to me. Candace is an anti-Semitic propagandist that has pulled the wool over the eyes of our own
They literally support the idea of the ethno-state, right? Like, that's what they want. They want an ethno-state, but now now they want all the Jews to go there so that they don't have to look at them anymore. And then they're all in one place, so if we just drop a little bomb on there, oops.
audience by weaponizing historical revisionism and Holocaust denial to fearmonger and to spread misinformation and anti-Semitism. I want to make it very clear that my community and my channel will always be a safe space for Jewish people, and I will always be an ally in the fight against anti-Semitism. Not just because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's only part of the fight for a free Palestine. But a necessary
Absolutely.
part nonetheless. I hope this video was informative and helpful for people. Thank you so much for watching. Free Palestine, fuck anti-Semitism. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Thank you, Eden. You're incredible. Jeez. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me through that. I think, unfortunately, I have been live for about 5 hours, and it is about time for me to roll up my sleeves and say I'm done for the evening. So if y'all will... We have our little gentleman here. Hello, mister. You're saying hello to everybody? He's purring, and he's got his little doubloons out. Oh, you are so cute, it's unfair. You got your little fangers out. Alrighty. Let's see who's live. Ooh, it looks like Kohai's live. Oh, Tori's live? I don't think... Well, you're speaking about Oblivion Remastered. Let's shoot y'all over towards, Rymia, who's playing Oblivion. That looks good to me. Alright, Lubs. Thank you all for being here. I hope you have an excellent rest of your evening. But for now, we are going to be heading off for the night. I'll be around, again, hopefully Saturday. I'm going to try to stick to 2-3 days a week, just to keep myself from burning out and make sure that I'm doing more. I'm doing more writing, I'm doing more editing. I got good stuff coming down the pipeline, and I know I say that a lot, but I actually am trying to, like, keep to it. I made a lot of progress. We've moved all this stuff out, so it's like I have like a good creative space now. I'm feeling pretty good. So I hope that you all have a really, really, really good rest of your night, and I'll talk to you all very, very soon. So thank you so much for being here, and you know, stay awesome. Do something nice for yourself. You deserve it.